Hello and welcome everybody, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Sandreyevits, and today I'll continue on the ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on softcore difficulty with ultimate included, playing as an Infiltrator combination between the classes Nightblade as well as Inquisitor, based around pierce damage and weapon pool skill system and default auto attack or auto attack replacer. During the stream I am going to be commentating on some of the useful stuff when it comes to mechanics that you definitely want to know to get the better grasp on the situation, to lower the difficulty of your playthrough if you are a beginner player especially. I would also want to emphasize that what had happened off stream before this stream occurred. So yesterday I had managed to finally first and foremost craft the Nemesis relic, and then I had managed to get my hands on the best Pierce relic for dual wield melee weapons called Belgotian's Carnage. Initially I thought I would buy it from somebody else when it comes to trading options, but luckily I had to have every component necessary for it, and I was managed to craft it. Alright, let me get rid of those cultists. Additionally, this relic, when it comes to the mechanical stuff, I am going to show you the stats, as well as explain a bit its usefulness, utility-wise, offense or defense. It's going to give you direct pierce damage, percent base physical and pierce, cunning, 53 offensive ability, +1 skills to Nightblade class, and Carnage, 33% chance to on critical hit to reduce the cooldown of any of your active skills. That includes glyphs and skills from Nightblade like Pneumatic Burst and Ring of Steel. This means that if you are using any of those abilities, either for the sake of debuffing your enemies or for the sake of regenerating your HP back, gaining extra movement speed to avoid dangerous situations, so on and so forth, this is without a doubt a pretty useful stat to have. And like I said, and in addition, it's going to allow you to melee dual wield weapons. Like I said before, this is considered by many, and by me as well, to be a best-in-slot relic for all of those who wish to utilize this kind of a gameplay. Oh, we definitely have a lot of demons here, but nothing that my Inquisitor seal shouldn't take care of, especially even against elites with added bonus against this race. Remember, I had explained on multiple occasions, and perhaps I will going to highlight this aspect in this stream as well, that racial damage and protection from a specific race in this game is one of the superb ways that you can amplify the strength of character, any given character that you are going to be playing it with. Alright, before going to specify anything else, let me double check. I haven't turned off my auras accidentally. Nope, I didn't. I would like to emphasize that just by watching the stream you will accumulate chat points which you can utilize to earn various types of rewards. Those rewards include such things as highlighting your messages in chat, as well as requesting to follow you on Twitch page, Twitch channel or Twitter page, as long as you are a content creator and willing to do so. Learning a new word, its meaning as definition when it comes to English language or Russian. I'm going to speak with Russian language a little bit later. Mainly the introduction stuff, and in addition you can also support this channel during the stream indirectly by tips, bits, and cheers, as well as directly via the Streamlabs donation or becoming a Patreon. About Patreon stuff, I'm going to talk closer to the end of the stream, what exactly it's going to offer, but when it comes to all of those donations, all I will say, and I'm going to repeat it multiple times during the stream, everything that you are willing to donate is going to directly spend to an improvement of visual, audio quality, special effects quality of the edited videos, as well as the live streams. So when it comes to specs, rigs, so on and so forth, I am definitely more than willing to invest those donations that you will offer directly to it. Okay, let me get rid of Salazar Blade of Catan quickly. Yeah, having Inquisitor Seal, mainly the damage absorption part, definitely trivializes a lot of the encounters, even at the ultimate difficulty. Sadly, no monster totems. I was hoping to eventually stumble upon one of those monster totems along the way. But all I am seeing are just those cultists and some demons, and that's pretty much it. Yep, and I quickly cleared this depraved sanctuary. Red against Gem. Some legendary dropped. Let's see what those chests have to offer to me. Oh, and in regards to mod that I'm using, I'm like always using a mod called Grim Internals that allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, rare items, components, highlight my HP bar, enemies HP bar, debuff icons on me and on them respectively. Plus, the sole reason behind why I'm using this mod is the incoming DPS grab, and this allows me to play more effectively around my strong and weak points, and relying on the fact that it shows to what type of damage my character, any character, is most vulnerable to. And like I said, you can prioritize some defensive components over the others. You can definitely play this game without this mod, but it's going to be a little bit harder for you to understand a lot of the mechanics, especially if you want to go into the higher difficulties, like Elite and Ultimate. Alright, let me save up this blacksmith.
That skill's not ready.
So, when it comes to other stuff, you also can unlock the various types of icons, as well as chat status words on it, if you decide to become a subscriber to this channel. They are all based upon tiers, and each tier unlocks something additional. Also, in case you wish to utilize commands, for instance, if you'd like to see how exactly I tier crafted this build, to be able to perhaps replicate or change something in your favor, like skill points allocation, devotions, components and augments, there is a command to you which you definitely can utilize, called !build in chat. Plus, there are other commands, whether it be Grimdawn specific ones or related to general information, like what is my system requirements, I mean system specs of my computer that I'm streaming from, so on and so forth. Feel free to use those commands. The list of it you will find a little bit below the Twitch video player. Additionally, do not forget, commands are all good and such, but I would also encourage you to express your thoughts and opinion when it comes to when it comes to game stuff, something general, or ask a question. Perhaps I had made a mistake when I was trying to express something, explain something, so on and so forth. You are more than welcome to remind me of it. From my part, I'll do my best to either comment on them or answer them. Alright, it looks like I am almost got through with the explanation part. I would like to also do the same explanation on Russian language, and then I am going to slowly but surely go for the stuff that I am using right now, and that is experience potions. I mean, what is the reason behind it? Even though I'm at maximum level, what is the usefulness of it all? Okay, leveling up, arcane empowerment, going onwards. Alright, so I'll briefly do the same explanation on Russian language, and then I'm going to talk about the experience potion usefulness, even at the maximum level. Всем привет, дамы и господа, добро пожаловать на стрим по игре Grim Dawn. Играю на сложности софткор Абсолют за лазутчика, основанном на проникающем уроне и обычных автоатаках, либо же их заменителях. То есть никаких атак с дальней дистанции или атак, бьющих по площади в огромном радиусе. Также хотелось бы уточнить то, что произошло с предыдущего стрима. Я вне стрима смог наконец-то создать себе с помощью кузнеца крафтовую реликвию, которая является лучшей на проникающий урон в плане стиля боя, основанном на использовании парного оружия, рукопашного оружия. Это, естественно, резня Белготиана. Она дает напрямую проникающий урон, процентажный физический проникающий урон, больше искусности, атакующего навыка или показателя атаки, +1 к школе ночного клинка и ярость, то есть 33% шанс при нанесении критической атаки, что одна из ваших способностей активных откатится на одну, то есть снизится откат способности на 1 секунду, такие как пневматический взрыв, кольцо стали и глиф, который я использую. Вначале я думал купить эту реликвию, но смог ее скрафтить своими же средствами. Что касается... Так, это тотем первого тира, ничего особого сильного здесь не должно вылезти. А вот рефлектор мне надо убивать в первую очередь. Ауру не успел включить, это хорошо. Что касается других каких-то аспектов, как и в случае с предыдущими стримами, трансляциями, я буду объяснять какие-то нюансы по механике, буду говорить полезную информацию, что облегчит вам ваше прохождение на любой стадии игры или сделать ваше понимание каких-то аспектов игры более значимым. Также, что касается этого класса, если вы захотите посмотреть, как он выглядит на максимальном уровне, что касается прокачки способностей, созвездий, присыпок, компонентов, вы можете пользоваться командой восклицательный знак билд в чате. Возможно, что-то захотите подстроить под себя или оставить все как есть. Кроме этого, также существуют другие команды, список которых вы найдете внизу под описанием. Команда для Гримдона, либо же какие-то общие вещи, например, характеристики компьютера, с которого я осуществляю трансляцию и так далее и тому подобное. Кроме команд, я также рекомендую вам, то есть, задавать какие-то вопросы в чате, неважно на английском или на русском языке. Для меня нет никаких проблем вести трансляцию, отвечать, либо комментировать что-то на этих двух языках. Так что не стесняйтесь, высказывайтесь, оставляйте какие-то вопросы. С моей стороны я сделаю все возможное, чтобы либо же прокомментировать как можно более подробным образом что-то, что вы хотели сказать, о чем хотели бы уточнить, либо ответить на все ваши имеющиеся вопросы. также. Что касается самой трансляции, как я уже говорил на предыдущих трансляциях, повторюсь и на этом, смотря данную трансляцию, вы будете накапливать очки чата, которые можно использовать для получения различных наград, таких как выделение ваших сообщений в чате, запрос последовать на ваш Twitch канал, либо же на страничку в Твиттере, если вы создаете контент так же, как и я с удовольствием это сделаю. Учить какое-то слово на английском языке, его перевод, его значение. Если хотите, я могу какие-то необычные слова, незаезженные тоже вам про это сказать, о них сказать. Плюс вы можете во время самой трансляции поддерживать этот канал напрямую с помощью битсов, чирсов и типсов, либо же напрямую несколькими способами, такими как становлясь патреонами, либо же осуществлять подписку на канал и при этом разблокировать различные иконки, различные статусы в чате и так далее и тому подобное. Либо же, то есть одним из этих способов. Есть также подписка Twitch Prime, которая позволит вам получать бонусы не только смотря эту трансляцию, но и при каких-либо других играх, в плане скидок на них и так далее и тому подобное. То есть опций много, они все на ваше усмотрение, какую из них вы в конечном счете можете выбрать. Ага, про реликвию я также забыл сказать, что как и все предыдущие реликвии для парных оружия в двух руках для ближнего боя, эта реликвия также позволяет вам использовать оружие в двух руках для ближнего боя. То есть, как я и говорил до этого, не обязательно, скажем так, если не хотите играть за ночного клинка для доступа к парному оружию, есть способы носить оружие в двух руках просто с помощью каких-либо предметов, либо же, как я и говорил, с помощью этих самых реликвий. Так, одного элитного смогли убить. Сейчас сфокусируемся на втором. А, и второго тоже. Здесь немножко сильно пробивают ядом, потому что у меня сопротивление к яду еще недостаточно высокое. Для этой сложности всего лишь 60%, то есть мне необходимо пересмотреть мои защитные компоненты для того, чтобы усилить его. Скорее всего, как я и сказал, то есть вместо нечтивого описания и обычного противоядия поставлю 2 угденбокские кожи и все. То есть с этим проблем возникнуть не должно. Что касается всего остального, то у меня, не считая стана, ко всем сопротивлениям имеется какой-никакой оверкап и кровотечение. То есть эти два показателя мне нужно будет исправлять в первую очередь. Так, вроде бы все про вступление сказал на русском языке. Я до этого говорил вступление на английском языке. Теперь хотелось бы поговорить вначале на английском, потом на русском, для чего я использую банку опыта сейчас. Ну, то есть ее полезность, об этом я узнал на стриме просматривая видео еще одного стримера по игре Grim Dawn. То есть ее полезность заканчивается не только в дополнительном наборе опыта за выполнение квестов, но там есть определенные нюансы, о которых я бы хотел уточнить вначале на английском, а потом на русском. Alright, now I have done the introduction part on Russian language. I am willing to explain a little bit the usefulness of the experience potion, which you can buy from Element Resistance once you reach the Revere status with them. Mainly focusing not only on your focusing not only on the extra experience that you are going to gain, that is without a doubt one of the most strongest parts of it, but also I would like to briefly touched upon other aspects like friendly faction experience, enemy faction experience, which also useful for even advanced players. For instance, did you know that by using the Potion of Clarity, your friendly faction experience, like I told you before, and an enemy faction is going to... the process of gaining it is going to significantly speed up, even if, and that is the crucial reason behind it, you are not using writs or mandates to increase the amount of reputation that you are otherwise gaining with them. For now, I do not. For now, I have checked this information on official forums, and it turns out that those mandates, you know, for 120% reputation boosts, whether it be positive or negatives, is applicable, and they are working hand in hand together with your Potions of Clarity. So in case you have the access to them at the earliest stage, to both of those tools at your disposal, I would recommend you to use them. And even if you haven't, even if you do not have them right straight from the beginning of the game, but eventually you will unlock them, like I said, to be able to buy Potions of Clarity, you would have to reach Revere status with Mammoth Resistance. Utilize them as much as possible until the point where eventually you will max out the negative faction as well with enemy factions, as well as the positive reputation with friendly factions.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, and last but not least, how could I forget about this? Your active devotions, you know, the ones which you can level up with Potions of Clarity. The process of gaining new levels is definitely going to increase significantly. So you see, I have named already several factors of why are they so useful. No matter if you take into account early game, mid game, or late game, I would advise you to utilize them as long, like I said before, as you have access to them. I'm not willing to blow the Burbage Breach repair site yet. I'm going to do this once I decide to eventually complete the quest for, what you call it, Hidden Pet. Oh, and by the way, all of those, each Potion of Clarity is going to last for 1 hour. Right, so over here I'm going to not trigger this encounter just yet. I'm going to explore the cellars first and the outskirts of this village, as well as clean of the remaining quote-unquote trash from here. And also I have named my part specifically looking for Nemesis bosses, since I have maxed out to the Nemesis status reputation with some of the enemy factions already, like Ethereal, Chthonians, Eldritch Horrors. Sooner or later I'm going to be Nemesis with Arkovian Undead, so perhaps in this stream, once I am going to face Nemesis bosses, this is definitely... those are definitely going to be the most interesting part. I would assume especially I am going to be utilizing them in future highlights as well. Okay, I cannot go all the way there from here. I have to turn all the way around. I mean, ran all the way around. This area should include even the optional cave, you know, about which I have talked about on normal difficulty and on veteran as well. I haven't changed my opinion about the Bloodsworn boss, optional boss that you'll fight there. The only reason for you to do it on normal difficulty is if you would have like the strongest class, especially if that can hit enemies from afar. Yeah, this is the cave that I was talking about. All melee classes should fight against this boss, either when they are going to be a little bit more stronger when it comes to levels and abilities, or when they are going to be at higher difficulty, like Elite or Ultimate.
That skill's not ready.
Let's go over here. What is this? Crippling. Oh, that's a little bit bad. He's going to significantly slow down my attack speed. Hopefully, nothing drastically will happen. My Inquisitor Seal should allow me to withstand his barrage. Never mind, he activates my Ghoulish Hunger. I'm stunned for so long. Yeah, damage absorption and circuit breaker combo between them allowed me to survive his attacks, and I got some blueprint. Runefather's Gem, Amulet of Scorched Earth, and what is this? Mythical Glory of the Silver Knight, all damage, cunning, Aura of Censure. What the hell? Well, a little bit weird of an item when it comes to bonus stats that it's going to give us, or me if I'm willing to wear it. I am currently wielding the Elite Soleil Combatant Cask, which I bought in Forgotten Gods DLC on previous difficulty. So I'm not going to change it anytime soon, unless I am going to find anything better, stats-wise and armor-wise. This helmet, Silver Knight, it's not bad. It's not that worthy of a replacement, in my opinion. Alright, let's move onwards, slowly but surely. I am going to complete a couple of the quests beforehand, and I'm recommending you to do the same, just for the purpose of saving time of going back and forth between the towns. I said towns, I mean between the one town Devil's Crossing that you had currently find yourself in right now in Act 1, quote-unquote. Okay, nothing there. So, like I said in the previous stream, and I'm willing to repeat this again, on higher difficulties, be prepared that you are going to be facing more enemies, even at the earliest acts. Additionally, some of the enemies are going to appear way earlier than before, from later acts. You already saw, probably in the previous stream, when I just started to go through this difficulty, that Ironside Hulks, Flesh Hulks, are already been popping up from the Rift Gates once I was completing the main quest. You know, secure the Rift. Not this one, but the one before me, on the crossroad. Well, no one here. Usually there could be an elite or two roaming around, so it's worth to investigate, an elite and an ultimate. On normal, it's up to debate. Yeah, let me utilize preemptively first seal. Mythical Rune of Elgalad. Lightning Electrocute, Stormbox of Elgalad. Got it. So, this rift has been secured. Let's clear the remaining of the village from materials. By the way, the reason why I'm hitting them so hard when it comes to my damage is because two of my... Not only do I have good amounts of offensive ability, at least for this stage, excuse me, I'm also having two components which amplifies my racial damage against them, mainly with the help of the Aether Soul on my amulet as well as on my legendary medal. Right, now I have explained the usefulness of the Potions of Clarity when it comes to your early game stuff, your mid game and late game respectively. I would like to do the same on Russian language. Что касается зелий ясности, они же зелья для получения опыта. То есть почему я их использую, даже несмотря на то, что я довольно-таки близко нахожусь к максимальному уровню, он же 100-й уровень в этой игре. Все очень просто. Эти зелья позволяют вам, и я проверил эту информацию в официальном англоязычном форуме, позволяют вам набирать быстрее не только опыт, который вы получаете за выполнение заданий, за убийство монстров и так далее и тому подобное. Это бесспорно является преимуществом, но они также позволят вам набирать быстрее, прокачивать быстрее созвездия и набирать быстрее положительный опыт с дружественными фракциями и отрицательный опыт, даже если, и это важный момент, даже если вы не используете мандаты, то есть которые увеличивают этот процесс еще быстрее, вплоть до 120%. То есть они просто-напросто суммируются друг с другом. Если вы уже имеете доступ к зельям ясности, которые, кстати, каждое зелье длится по часу, для того, чтобы получить к ним доступ, вам нужно иметь статус превознесения или же ревирт на английском с фракцией сопротивления Мальмута. Пользуйтесь ими для того, чтобы даже на вашем основном персонаже, если вы еще не закончили его прокачивать до максимального уровня, чтобы достичь максимального статуса, будь то позитивный или негативный, с вражескими фракциями, либо же с дружественными фракциями, и докачать уже еще не докачанные созвездия. Так, нужно продолжать двигаться дальше. Эту часть стрима я не случайно назвал в поисках боссов Немезид. То есть с некоторыми вражескими фракциями я уже получил статус Немезида. Надеюсь, на этом стриме смогу найти некоторых из них. Ну, таких как Вальдаран Штормовая Плеть. Таких как Мусилок. Это Немезида фракции нежити. Танийский немезид, если я доберусь до зон, где будут танийские демоны, и так далее и тому подобное. То есть именно в больших количествах. Вот и босс прибежал. Все. Прибежал и тут же умер. Ну, не тут же, но через пару секунд. Опять же, я говорил по этому поводу на английском языке, но и повторюсь еще раз. Я думаю, что разработчикам следовало бы ввести, то есть возможность появления Купакабры, бесконечной угрозы, он же Немезида фракции зверей, даже в основной кампании. Есть очень много мест, где вы смогли бы с ним драться. Не то, чтобы здесь как-то территории ограничивали бы ваше передвижение и так далее и тому подобное. И даже несмотря на тотемы монстров, с первой фракции, которую вы становитесь заклятым врагом, это же статус Немезида, это звери. Однако с их боссом вы сможете встретиться только в первом дополнении, что, на мой взгляд, довольно-таки странно. Так, теперь осталось порт зачистить, для того, чтобы завершить еще одно дополнительное задание. И, скорее всего, к этому моменту мой инвентарь заполнится, и мне придется возвращаться в город. Вот вам и доказательство появления этих врагов, которых вы обычно встречаете намного в более поздних участках игры, уже сейчас. Так, про зелье ясности я сказал, про какие-то дополнительные моменты тоже сказал. Сейчас переключусь на объяснение каких-либо механик, на которых я бы хотел заострить ваше внимание, чтобы, как я и сказал, улучшить ваше понимание игры. Возможно, это будет ключевым фактором в вашем выборе при создании одного персонажа, либо же другого, или просто позволит вам легче разбираться в ее основах. Alright, now I have done the explanation parts the explanation of the potions of clarity and their usefulness in Russian language. I would like to switch to discussing some of the subjects when it comes to mechanics, when it comes to damage types, so on and so forth. Perhaps this is going to be the relative key factor that is going to influence your decision of creating one character over the other, or just it's going to allow you to comprehend the basis of this game a little bit better. Where should I start? I'm looking at this, so I think that I would definitely start with explaining with the damage type that I'm playing currently, its advantages, disadvantages, general information, and some of the specifics that Nightblade has at its disposal when it comes to pierce damage. Or just giving you my thoughts in general on what damage types you should be focusing on if you wish to get the optimal results. So first things first, when it comes to damage type that you would want to get if you wish to acquire maximum amount of results, whether it be offense, utility, defense, you name it. I mean, what class should you look for? From my point of view, you would definitely want to look at those classes that are going to provide you with the access to this damage to the damage type that you are going to build your character around. For instance, if you would like to focus on bleeding damage with your main class, you should pick up as a support class this character that is going to allow you to either gain the access to resistance reduction to the bleeding damage or bleeding more, having more bleeding damage with other abilities. When it comes to pierce damage characters, there are some options for you. I had chosen the Infiltrator for pierce damage. Another option would be to go for Blade Master if you would like to have your gameplay look like, you know, melee combat, close quarter combat, so on and so forth. And those characters, Inquisitor, as well as which is a support class to my Nightblade, has provided me with a lot of useful abilities, especially access to exclusive skill, which Nightblade doesn't have any, which in return allow me to amplify the strength of my character significantly, once again based around pierce damage. Once I will sell my items, I'm going to specifically explain, show to you what I mean by it. Right, leveled up again. I do not think that I have collected anything useful over here, although I could be wrong. Wait, what about those boots? Nah, they are lackluster. Most of my items I had bought from factional vendors. Only some of them I have collected during my playthrough. For instance, those rings, this amulet, this medal, as well as this belt. And probably, yeah, those boots with gloves. Shoulders, chest. Okay, pants. Those are the exceptions. Helmet, shoulder, chest are factional items. Those swords I have collected, one of those from Left from Homestead, from Bugs, and this sword has been picked up by me in Ashes of Manmoon DLC. Is this item any good? Ragadan's Gem. Acid damage, vitality, poison, sigil of consumption, +1 to occultist. Chaos damage converted to acid to sigil of consumption. Oh, so it's a conversion item. I definitely wish to save it. That allows you to play with occultist when it comes to pure acid damage, even with the sigil, even on sigils. Because usually sigil only capable of doing vitality / chaos damage. And what about this? Dunefiend's Blade. Acid Pierce, Poison. Nightblade, Eye of Reckoning. So it's for Dervish set, I believe. You know, combination between Oathkeeper and Nightblade if you wish to focus your character around poison and acid damage. Okay, I'm willing to save this thing as well. All of those shields I do not need. Spite Raid Girdle. Nope. Gloves, ranged weapons. For the most part, unlike two previous characters that I had played, you know, Death Knight and the Vitality Conjurer, with Infiltrator there wasn't a lot of useful items, mainly based around having high amounts of pierce damage / physical damage. At least the ones that are dropping from enemies or from chests. Another conversion item. Chaos Pierce. Pierce to Chaos. That's a little bit weird when it comes to conversion. That's those would be the useful spines, if not, I mean useful spines, useful leg guards, if not for the fact that it doesn't give me elemental resistance. You know, if I'm going to change them with mine, the fact is that my elemental resistance would be on the lackluster side of things. Yep, pretty much I sold everything, with the exception of this for some reason. Let's dump everything extra into stash, and along the way, talk with those NPCs to complete those quests.
Have you found good work? There have been warden. What do you want?
Once again, similarly to the two previous difficulty, I would not advise you to kill this Dareni guy. You can and will actually kill him later. Bunch of quests has been completed already. Already known. Looking for the stuff that I can drop in common stash, and then I'm going to transfer the remaining items in the personal stash. Alright, here should lie the amulet. And when it comes to weapons, this would be the start of my collection on softcore difficulty. You remember I had told you previously that I haven't played on softcore mode at all. The only mode that I had played was on hardcore, so I am lacking quite high amount of blueprints, legendary items, so on and so forth. Alright, let's continue onwards. But yeah, like I said before, so with Inquisitor had allowed me to gain access to exclusive ability, which you are currently seeing it with the description. It adds more direct pierce damage, percent-based pierce, offensive ability, physical resistance, reduction in burn duration. He also has Death Sentence, which for pierce builds pretty useful. It's because it's a tier 2 type, percent-based. You can combine it with Night Blades, Knight's Shield, as well as with the devotion called Assassin's Mark and Assassin's Blade. Also, Inquisitor Seal, mainly Arcane Empowerment, more pierce damage, boost to all damage, and Word of Renewal, protection against Chthonic Eldritch Demons, races, and damage against them respectively. Plus, do not forget about Deadly Aim, which, with the way how this character critically strikes often my enemies, I am activating it more than often in combat. So with this approach, you would definitely want to utilize the same class combinations for the sake of, like I said before, acquiring the most amount of resistance reduction or your damage type that you are playing with. Let's start cleaning cellars from the top. I usually do this. Now, when it comes to pierce damage, what exactly it's going to offer to you? Well, it's pretty self-explanatory with some nuances. For instance, pierce, it's going to allow you to ignore some portion of enemy's armor on them. Like, for instance, those whom you're facing in the early acts. Rotten soldiers, rotting ember guards, so on and so forth. Ooh, this is a tier 3 totem. With the titans, oh boy. This is going to get messy. And Mesmer as well. Seal, please. Heal. So much Titans. Luckily, I do have quite high physical resistance as well as damage absorption and racial bonus against those guys. So it's not like I'm suffering a lot from them. Even though, and I said this multiple times during previous stream, they are going to lower your offense ability and defense ability. Oh, only one elite left. Scion of the Screaming Whale, Night Hunter, Chest Guard. Even mythical version of it. But yeah, like I said, the Rotting Soldiers, Rotting Ember Guards are usually those enemies who have a lot of armor on them. So with pierce damage, you can kill them quickly, to the point where you do not have to worry about your accumulating or having access to any of your additional resistance reduction. However, because I said you will going to ignore only certain amounts of enemies' armor, there will be a case in point in the game where eventually you will reach enemies with a lot of armor / damage absorption from your attacks, and your default armor penetration is not going to cut it. You would have to find a way to reduce their defense even further. Luckily, like I said before, Nightblade has this tool at his disposal with the help of Night's Chill, as well as you can utilize it with Constellation called Assassin's Blade. Mainly its proc, Assassin's Mark, to be able to shred through enemies' resistances. Okay, let me go directly in the Warden's Cellar. Usually I'm doing this on any difficulty to create sort of a shortcut before exploring anything else. Once again, if I'm going to give you the specific example of where your default armor penetration is going to end, quote-unquote, in terms of how quickly you will defeat the enemies. Once you will go towards Steps of Torment, towards Broken Hills territories, you will encounter those skeletons, you know, lightning ones, flame ones, frozen ones, and their aura, which they created upon themselves, is the thing that is going to give them damage absorption, more protection against your attacks. It's actually this, in that instance, where I decided to go for Assassin's Blade, as well as combine it with my Knight's Shield. Before, I was more than satisfied with my default armor penetration. Now, for those who might ask, is there any damage type that can ignore all armor on your enemies? Yes, there is, and it is called internal trauma damage. With internal trauma damage characters, you can allow yourself to not rush for your resistance reduction abilities, for not pick them up too early and save them a little bit for later. But eventually, even with them, you will still want to pick resistance reduction abilities just for the sake of amplifying your strength significantly, especially if you do not have the access to best in slot equipment always at any given time during your playthrough. And I imagine you will not have it unless you would prepare some gear beforehand, before you started your playthrough through the campaign. Alright, here is Tier 2 Totem, once again Ether Warped. Should I go to the right? I think I'm going to go to the right and clean up those houses from there. Additionally, when it comes to pierce damage characters or pierce damage type, it's a part of physical damage type. So, what does this mean? This means that once you get your hands on pieces of equipment, whether it be armor, jewelry, weapons, that will give you boost to your physical damage, but only some increase in your pierce damage or nothing at all, your strength is still going to improve. I understand that the best option would be to always look for those items that have high percent of pierce damage or direct number on it, but since we are playing action RPG and 100% of the time, well, 99% of the time, the loot here is pretty random, and you'll never know what you will going to get by defeating certain monsters or opening the chests. You cannot guarantee that you will pick up only best items along the way. This is why I'm telling you the alternative. It exists, and it's pretty much there for you to use it at its full potential. Similar to the equipment, some constellations in my build also are giving me physical damage, and I'm still benefiting from it despite playing a pierce character. Right, it looks like I had cleared more or less all of the Burbage estates, with the exception of the cellars. I am going to utilize the Underbridge passage to go for, what you call it, Hallowed Hill. A little bit later, I'm still going to destroy this monster totem. Oh, we also have enemies from Ashes of Melmoth. Foolish Hunger proc. As soon as it's going to run out, I'm going to move away from this place. Yeah, it's because poison and acid damage, guys. With the plague from the Plague Bearer. Oh, and Titans as well with the Colossus, guys. So it's still not over. I'm missing some of those. Yeah, one rotting soldier. Got my hands on a couple of blueprints I saw right there. Goliath's Signet and Blessed Torch. All with the mythical version of them. There, so full clear has occurred. Although I haven't encountered Valderon Stormscourge yet, for some reason, I don't know. He could appear over here, he could also appear later down the line when it comes to Warden Krieg Lab. Right, let's get back on track and continue explaining the pierce damage nuances. I told you about physical damage, I also told you about armor penetration stuff. Now I am going to tell you about its weakness. Well, since it is a part of physical damage type, being the pierce one, and every physical builds are going to suffer from reflective modifier. In case you have played other ARPGs, like Diablo, you're familiar about the Thorns mechanics. And here it's pretty much present, although it becomes relevant for you to dodge it or to avoid Reflective Aura only on Ultimate difficulty. On two other difficulties, Normal and Elite, you can ignore it to the point where you can allow yourself to wildly swing upon those enemies who have the reflective auras on them up and running. But on Ultimate difficulty, if you try to replicate the same think you are going to destroy your own character with your own damage, either by your hands or by the hands of your quote-unquote pseudo pets, you know, like blade spirits, because they are one of those pseudo pets that will receive bonuses when it comes to damage. Their damage will scale with your character's damage. This is why when they decide to attack reflective enemies, you will still going to lose quite huge chunks of your health pool. Yeah, and this is the stuff that I was talking about when it comes to this secret area. I'm not going to go to the left, I'm willing to explore the right passage first, because usually to my... well, if I'm going to turn the camera, this is to my left. There are a lot more ethereals for you to destroy, a lot more reanimators, so on and so forth. Luckily, they are vulnerable to stun attempts from your abilities, whether it be weapon pull skills or any other hard control effects like stun, freeze, so on and so forth. Can I? Yes, I can. By the way, I wasn't looking that much at the difference between Reanimator as well as, you know, Dominator, other than the fact that they are summoning different kinds of monsters for you to fight against.
That skill's not ready.
Wow, 2 treasure trove on ultimate. Back to back, and an exalted chest. With a blueprint for, what do we get? Rot Heist Mask. Anyone else? Should be a couple more of Elite left. Oddly enough, this place hasn't thrown against me vast quantities of elite monsters. Only a few waves of regular ones, and that's pretty much it. You can stop the charge attack by those rotting soldiers if you have the abilities. The hard crowd control ones, like I told you before, stun, freeze, so on and so forth. Or you can root them in one place if you have those kind of skills, and or run away, like bait them for... usually when they are going for stun attack, it has a 1 second of a delay. You can make them miss the attack and then retaliate against them. Oh guys, you know what I have forgotten about? I have forgotten to visit one of those cellars to rescue the Kasparov apprentice. You know, the inventor lady. Whoops, my bad. Usually from here I am teleporting straight to Warden Krieg's lab. Right, I explained about Pierce, about its general information, weaknesses, about its strength. Now I would like to specify, combine several of the subjects, what friendly factions which you can utilize to buy certain pieces of equipment from them, especially if you are playing pierce damage characters, physical / pierce damage characters, because like I said before, even if you are going to find, collect and equip those items with pierce damage, physical and pierce damage on them, strength of your character is still going to improve. So when it comes to the original game, before Ashes of Melmoth, your best faction, best friend would be Black Legion. I know that there are other ones, like Devil's Crossing, Rovers, Homestead, Outcast to a degree if you're looking for at least like augments for pierce damage, so on and so forth. But they usually have something additional attached to it, meaning attached to their damage. For instance, they might have physical damage with fire damage and physical pierce and fire damage on top of their items. Pierce damage with bleeding damage, so on and so forth. So in that regard, yes, you can utilize them, and I would recommend you to do this despite the fact that I named that Black Legion is your best go-to option. But here's the thing. You're not going to reach honors or revere status with them just by meeting them, and you will still have to work with them until you will eventually gain the access to their equipment. By working, I mean completing their quests, so on and so forth. So up until that point, you probably should look for anything additional from other factions. Just keep in mind the stuff that I said to you about the added unnecessary damage types, which are only useful on normal difficulty. I can show to you what I mean by highlighting even some of the pieces of equipment that I'm currently having on my character. Like this cask, it has internal trauma damage, which I am not receiving any benefits from it whatsoever, since my most damaging abilities, they are not doing any kind of internal trauma damage. Similar to that, this stuff also have internal trauma damage. What else? This has it. And yeah, probably this is it. I mean, yeah, like shoulders, chest guards, so on and so forth. So be prepared that those damage types, especially on if you are trying to focus as much as possible on one of them, is not going to offer you that much. When it comes to your first DLC, the good option for you, like the best option for you, is Melmoth Resistance. Coven's Refuge and Barrow Home, the same deal like in vanilla factions. You know, Devil's Crossing, Homestead, Outcast, Rovers. Some items might be useful, some, but they will have something additional on them. When it comes to Forgotten Gods, there is no such thing like best faction for you there when it comes to pierce damage. The only thing that I can say is that Soleil's faction are selling more equipment based around physical / pierce damage, but they have, you already saw, like additional stuff on it. Internal trauma or chaos and vitality damage. Beastmail, Cult, and Cult of Dreek will sell those items with added acid, poison, and acid damage, or Cold and Frostburn. Alright. Let's see what is going to drop here. Yikes. My poison resistance is definitely lackluster. I should fix it. Actually, you know what? Let me get back to the blacksmith. I'm not willing to lose that huge quantities of HP just because I'm getting hit by those roaches or bugs. Alright, so Ugdenbuck leather, please. I'm willing to craft 8 anti-venom cells just because I'm going to craft 2 of the Ugdenbuck leather. Right, anti-venom cell. Now the question, I'm definitely going to remove this stuff from my pants, you know, component from it. And probably instead of Unholy Inscription, I'm willing to put Ugdenbach Leather. Whoops, my Potion of Clarity had run out. I haven't looked at it that much. Need to utilize it yet again. So, keep the item. Immediately apply Ugdenbach Leather on it. Now... keep the item, apply Ugdenbach Leather on it. Where it is? It's here. Only 80% though. I could craft additional one and apply it on Mark of Traveler, although chances are the highest amount of poison and acid damage I'm going to receive during Hidden Pet quest line, and hopefully, fingers crossed, up until that point I'm going to find something useful in terms of equipment. At least, at this stage of the game, I am protected against poison and acid to a degree. I'm not going to lose huge quantities of my health. Alright, I am willing to explore all of those corridors. Like I said, I'm still looking for Nemesis bosses. As well as the drop rate, the chance with which you will find items on higher difficulties, in case you do not know about it, is significantly increased compared to lower ones. Even if you are fighting against regular enemies, you'll never know once you will get lucky and perhaps they are going to drop something useful. I had already talked about it, how on hardcore difficulty I managed to collect Belgotian armor. I wasn't killing any of those tough bosses or tough enemies, I just killed regular Archmage, like in Plains of Strife, and he dropped a piece of Belgotian legendary armor, which is considered to be best in slot set for pierce damage characters, based around weapon pool skills and melee auto attacks. I cannot go over there, I need to explore this passage. Alright, Overseer, let me teleport directly to him. What do we have here? We have another tier 3 totem. Oh boy, more titans, I would assume? Oh, reflective. Please die. Luckily he did. Reflective defender and some Colossus guys. Willing to focus them down over that diseased. Oh, and more titans. Oh joy. You remember I said previously that if you are playing any kind of character, be prepared that from tier 3 totems you will be going to face tougher enemies from them? Well, here's your evidence. Eye of the Beholder and something additional when it comes to rare items, which I wasn't looking at it that much, if at all.
That skill's not ready.
Oddly enough, they didn't give me any blueprints when I defeated them, which is strange. Alright, nothing over there. And the only corridor that I haven't cleared is this one. It feels that on ultimate difficulty, the speed with which I'm going through the content is even greater compared to Elite 1. Always feels like the slowest, well, perhaps it's this character specific trait, but the slowest approach was, I think, earlier like 50-ish levels, and then the speed was increased a little bit. Now on elite difficulty, well, from level 65 up until like 85 or 90-ish, it's still increased slowly but surely. And here we see like the end result of all of it, even though there are some abilities which I currently do not have, just because I'm lacking some of the extra skill points from the quests, as well as from the Shattered Realm stuff, which, by the way, I'm going to do this on this difficulty fully up until level 65, just to gain my hands on Shattered Realm set, which is universally good. You can utilize it on any kind of characters, because it gives bonus to your increase to your overall damage, a ton of resistances, and +2 to all of your abilities. The only requirement, quote-unquote, would be to have Forgotten Gods DLC and to complete 65 levels on ultimate difficulty. I mean, 65 to gain the full set. I assume some pieces of this equipment is going to drop on 25 level Martian, on 50 level Martian, and then on 65. Okay, I definitely need to get back to town once again to sell this stuff.
My inventory is
Fully cleared Warden Cellar, and still no sign of this nemesis.
I can't do that yet.
Mythical Dust Brawler shoulder guards. Physical, elemental, internal trauma damage. Nope. Not going to utilize it. Chances are majority of this equipment is still bad. Oddly enough, I am collecting a lot of physical 70%. Yeah, 17 is less than 79. Nope. I'm collecting a lot more useful items when it comes to cold and frostburn damage Nightblade compared to pierce damage. You see, like, pierce, cold, frostburn, a ton of resistances. Also, another odd fact is, okay, this is good when it comes to damage. It has 4% more pierce resistance, more elemental resistance. Bleeding resistance is definitely on a high margin here. I think I'm going to use this over my pants that I'm currently wearing. So I was checking grimtools.com the other day, before I had started this playthrough, And then there was like either it was an affix or a prefix on rare items called Blade Master. You know, the things that is going to increase both your physical damage and pierce damage simultaneously. But the fact of the matter is that during all of my playthrough, and it's no joke, like when it comes to normal, elite, and here on ultimate difficulty, I haven't seen it's either I was looking bad or I haven't been stumbled upon any single rare item with Blade Dancer words on it. Not Blade Dancer, but, excuse me, Blade Master words on it. Yes, I know that this word also implies that you will receive bonuses for soldier skills, you know, like field commands, so on and so forth, which I wasn't based my character around it, but on the other fact, we have the highest value of percent base pierce and physical damage on one item. Elemental damage, lightning keter, more stuff, holy moly. Storm trap, and finally what is this? Scion of the Screaming Whale, legendary two-handed mace. Ether damage, fire ether, vitality converted to ether damage. Righteous Fervor and Calidor's Tempest, +2 to Necromancer skills. Necromancer and Arcanist, maybe? Physical ether damage. Okay, I'm saving it. Yep, so sold everything that I have wanted to do. Let's get back to this inventor lady. Change those pants for new ones, keep the add-on. And dump everything extra into the stash as usual. Oh boy, I made a mistake, whoops. In this inventory stash, not in the other one. And this legendary weapon goes directly over here. So the thing is that with extra skill points, I definitely am going to max out Arcane Empowerment, as well as unlock Word of Pain, Word of Agony, to be able to put more points into that sentence, which I need. I mean, this thing is going to be like 1-1 and then soft cap 12 out of 12. And here the picture is the same. I'm going to utilize those extra skill points for putting like 7 out of 12. That's a good margin when it comes to Phantasmal Armor. I believe only 1 point in Elemental Awakening, since the sole reason behind putting more than 1 point here is if you're playing a Cold or Frostburn build or Elemental builds. Other than that, it's pretty much pointless in my opinion. As well as 1 point into Anatomy of Murder, with 1 pointer in Blade Barrier, and that's pretty much it when it comes to Nightblade skills. Right, so Warden Cellar has been fully completed. On to the Warden Laboratory. Over here I need to check 2 places for the Exalted Stash location. It's going to be in one of those 2. Wait, I have forgot to activate this rift. Yep. Also, along the way, I'm going to acquire a lot of those ether shards, which, in case you have forgotten, on the previous stream, I'm going to repeat it once again. I have accumulated a lot of those. I mean, I have talked a lot about what areas you can utilize to gain those components, which is required from you to craft your endgame defensive stuff, relics, as well as other components. Ogden block leather, spell scorch plating, bloody whetstone, so on and so forth. And one of those areas included this Warden Cellar, for the sake of collecting ether shards. Wait, for some reason I can hit him through the wall. Wow, what the hell? That was a weird bug. Alright, let me go all the way here to double check those corridors that were blocked by wall. Oh, and by the way, about the interactable environment, you know, destructible bookshelves, walls, boxes. I think that they're useful for you, like, well, to break them only on Elite or Ultimate difficulty, since I have talked about the increased drop rate chance, which occurs on higher ones, higher difficulties, and I'm also giving you the same example that happened to me when I was playing as a Death Knight. I had managed to find Mythical Stonefist Rebuke, which is a two-hander weapon, considered by many to be best in slot for Horsewave builds, just by opening regular chest. Not Exalted one, not Treasure Trove one, just opening regular chest. Which occurred on Elite difficulty in Melmoth Outskirts. And after that, I had managed to find a duplicate or another version of it just by roaming around the Steps of Torment, this time on Ultimate difficulty. So I believe either I killed regular monster or destroyed few boxes at the same time. So that's it. On normal difficulty, you will not going to find them there something useful. Unless you take into account like food rations, health potions, or your mana potions. Couple of boxes, let's go onwards. Yeah, Ghoulish Hunger still procced, despite my best of my attempts to avoid getting hit. Well, I avoid the initial blow, but it's just the other spider who was shooting me from the backline had managed to mitigate my defensive ability. This is what led to the activation of Ghoulish Hunger. I was focusing on the Leaper spider, you know, the thing that eventually jumps several meters in front of you to catch your character faster, but the case was that I should have focused on Venomous Spider standing behind him. Yeah, but here I do not see the Exalted Stash, which means that it has spawned in the next area, which is further up ahead. Alright, I had talked a lot about the mechanical stuff in English language, when it comes to the components, when it comes to items, so on and so forth. Pierce damage, I would like to also explain the same thing on Russian language. Hey there, and welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a great day. Hopefully you are doing great health-wise and otherwise as well. Also, happy Easter. It's still a tradition. I don't know about your country, but in our country we say happy Easter 40 days straight.
I can't do that yet.
I should have went a little bit backwards and explored those corridors before me.
Not ready.
Alright, it was pretty much pointless,
I can't do that yet.
because the passage to the other corridors are blocked and I need to move all the way around to get there eventually.
That skill's not ready.
Exalted stash over here. Mythical stone treaders. Useful, legendary, but not for my build, unfortunately. Yeah, but that was one possible areas where you can find Exalted Stash. The other one would be in the next layer full of spiders when you eventually get closer to the Warden Creek boss fight himself. Got another blueprint, immediately let's learn it. Yeah, this is what I was talking about when I'm trying to emphasize areas, when I was trying to emphasize how much ether shards you can collect over here. Almost at max level just by facing those monsters. Well, that's the power of Potions of Clarity, even though I had said earlier why I'm using those right now. Not necessarily for the sake of leveling up as fast as possible to level 100, but mainly for extra experience for friendly faction and negative faction, since, like I said, I checked this information and those potions can speed up the process of acquiring this experience with enemies and with friends. This is Forsaken Ether Warp Totem. I am going to destroy it a little bit later once I get rid of those corruption and overseers flying around. Bonebreaker, Electrified. Level 100. Oh, come on, stop shooting me from a distance. And Etherborn. Ruby of Elemental Balance. What is this? 10% chance of Electrocute, total speed, stun jack, storm touch, storm spread, fighting form, lightning damage to cadence, physical damage conversion to lightning damage to cadence. Oh, that's interesting. So I can play as with this ability with what you call him, the soldier, in combination with either the Inquisitor or the Militionist.
Skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
That was a little bit of a lag spike when I utilized my glyph for a teleportation sake. Alright, so onwards we go into the Undercity. Well, how does it called exactly? I forgot. The next area, basically, after an underground transit. And I see this bug is still present when you, on your new characters, are going to reach level 100. You know, the visual bug. See, take a look at my cursor. It highlights that the maximum level reached. That's fine and all, but look at the experience line. It shouldn't like highlight it with the yellow color, as if I'm still gaining some experience continuously. Warden Creek on ultimate difficulty will have a good amount of his movement speed increased, attack speed and casting speed, so this means that in first and in his second phase he will create a lot often those traps. That means in first phase, in second he will going to use his Ether Stomp more often and attack your character faster than before. That's other than the fact he will also have his health pool increased. Alright, no one is here, let's move up.
Not ready.
Alright, now about the pierce damage and its nuances, about where you can buy good equipment pieces that I have talked previously in the English language on Russian language. Что касается проникающего урона, я бы хотел заострить ваше внимание на таких аспектах, как проникающий урон позволит вам игнорировать часть брони, которая есть у каждого монстра в этой игре. Что, в свою очередь, обеспечит вам наиболее легкое прохождение ранних этапов игры. То есть, если взять с примерами, то такие враги, как гниющие солдаты, гниющие углестражи, а вот и Spell Scorch Plating, опаленная броня чарами на русском языке она называется, смог выбить. То есть, они имеют высокий показатель защиты. И если вы играете физическими персонажами без какого-либо пробивания брони, то с ними вы будете очень долго биться. Но играя за персонажа, основанного на проникающем уроне, как я и сказал, их вы победите довольно легко. Однако тут следует уточнить, что именно часть брони, не полностью, потому что так как на более поздних стадиях игры вы будете встречать монстров, у которых показатель защиты намного выше, а также есть поглощение урона. Чтобы этому противодействовать, вам нужно иметь в своем распоряжении такие механики, как снижение показателя защиты врага в общем, либо же к вашему типу урона. И, кстати, тут небольшая ремарка, на этом строится и основа эффективного построения классов. То есть, если вы не знаете, за какую комбинацию классов начать играть, в первую очередь, ну, естественно, ответив, за какой тип урона вы хотите играть, каким стилем боя, то есть дальний бой, ближний бой, стрелковый, ближний двуручка, дальний двуручное оружие и так далее и тому подобное, маг. И вы с этим определились, выбираете классы, исходя из этого сочетания. То есть решили играть, к примеру, за класс, основанный на кровотечении, шаман, берите тех классов, которые могут поддержать его напрямую в плане доступа к еще большему урону от кровотечения, либо же снижение сопротивления от кровотечения. Что касается моего случая, то есть у меня ночной клинок и инквизитор, что делает его лазутчиком. Инквизитор дает мне доступ к эксклюзивной способности, которой нет у ночного клинка, такое как аура убеждения. Она дает урон проникающий урон напрямую, процент проникающего урона, больше показатель атаки, больше физической защиты, снижение сопротивления, снижение длительности горения. И также печать, ее усиление дает проникающий урон и прибавку ко всему урону. Это уже не говоря о смертельной точности и о словообновлении, которое полезно для любых персонажей. Здесь я сосредоточился именно на проникающем уроне. А что насчет тех врагов, вот про которых я говорил, обладающих более высоким показателем защиты и поглощением урона, их вы будете встречать, начиная с подгорода Арковии и изломанных холмов, особенно если пойдете в ступени мучений. То есть это храмовники молниевые, огненные, ледяные и так далее и тому подобное. Перед тем, как с вами драться, они обычно вешают на себя эту ауру, дающую им дополнительную защиту. И именно на том этапе игры я решил посвятить, вложить очки способности в холод ночи у ночного клинка, чтобы снизить их защиту к проникающему урону. А также, что касается созвездий, я решил пойти сразу в клинок ассасина. Ну, вы здесь на этом этапе можете спросить, а что насчет тех типов урона, которые игнорируют полностью вражескую броню? В плане физического типа. Да, есть такой урон, он называется внутренние травмы. Играя за персонажей с типом урона внутренние травмы, вы можете себе позволить не брать довольно-таки долго способности, снижающие вражескую защиту именно к физическому урону, но все равно на элите, на второй сложности и на третьей, абсолютно, она же ультимейт на английском, вы увидите, что без этого вы будете долго убивать монстров. То есть особенно, так как вы в этой игре не можете гарантировать, что вы будете все время находить хорошую экипировку, подходящую вам как и по урону, так и по сопротивлениям. Снижение урона — это та вещь, которая позволит вам убивать монстров очень быстро и эффективно, без каких-либо проблем. Даже если вы не находите хорошие экипировки. Что касается слабости в проникающем уроне, то так... еще один нюанс. Как я уже сказал, проникающий урон — это часть физического урона. То есть, если вы подбираете оружие, броню, кольца, амулеты, где вам будет даваться высокое значение физического урона, но малое значение, или не будет даваться совершенно проникающий урон, то сила вашего персонажа все равно возрастет. Как я уже говорил, то есть в этой игре нельзя полагаться все время, что вы находите только хорошие вещи постоянно, поэтому есть альтернатива, скажем так. Да, лучшим способом для вас будет все время иметь наиболее высокое процентное соотношение, либо же прямое число того типа урона, за который вы собрались играть, но не всегда это возможно. Теперь, что касается слабостей, все типы физического урона, проникающие, внутренние травмы, чистый физический урон и так далее и тому подобное, они все уязвимы к отражению урона. То есть, если вы играли в другие игры, к примеру, Diablo, такая механика, как шипы, будет вам хорошо знакома, или же в какие-то другие экшен-РПГ со схожей механикой. То есть, тут понятно, что часть урона, нанесенного по монстрам, он отразит вашего персонажа напрямую, а в Гримдоне это становится наиболее заметно именно на последней сложности. На первой и второй сложности вы вполне можете себе позволить просто-напросто атаковать монстров, даже когда у них включена аура отражения. На третьей сложности, если вы попытаетесь сделать то же самое, вас просто-напросто убьют, не церемонясь. Ну, то есть вы сами себя убьете об эту же ауру. Либо вы, либо ваши так называемые псевдопитомцы, как в моем случае, эти духи клинков. Именно поэтому я ставлю на правую кнопку мыши команды питомцы в атаку, для того, чтобы отозвать их. Если я увижу элиту или врага, включающего на себя эту ауру, дающую ему отражение урона, я отзову духов клинков, потому что по умолчанию они будут прикованы к любому врагу, пока он не умрет, либо пока я не убегу на определенное расстояние, для того, чтобы просто-напросто себя об них не убить. Так, теперь будет босс-файт с комендантом. Сейчас посмотрим, как на абсолюте с ним справлюсь. Здесь подожду монстров, которые почему-то не спешат вылезать. Ладно. Тогда я сам на него иду. Первая фаза прошла. Вторая фаза. Я сразу создаю печати заранее. Поглощение урона работает хорошо. Здесь можно выхилиться. Я просто-напросто обращаю внимание на откат своих способностей касательно реликвии, которая дает мне возможность откатывать их быстрее, когда я критически атакую по врагам. Все. Ребята, что и требовалось вам доказать касательно случайного подбора легендарных предметов, случайного дропа легендарных предметов. Вот, на ваших глазах. Это не значит, что меч Белготиана будет падать с этого сундука. Нет. Вот, на ваших глазах, пожалуйста, это сундук после убийства босса. Из него обычно 90% случаев падает трэш, но в этот раз не повезло. И удалось выбить довольно-таки хороший меч. Меч Белготиана, дающий +2 к ножницам Белготиана, +3 к парным клинкам, 24% урона на ножницы Белготиана. И хорошие показатели. Вы видите, что он, если без компонентов сравнивать, он на 3189 увеличивает урон в правой руке, если я его экипирую, что я в свою очередь и сделаю. Но опять же, это случайность, это не закономерность. То есть не думайте, что если вы будете там 100 раз убивать коменданта Крига, нет, может быть, если 100 раз убьете, и вам это и выбудет, но, как я и сказал, это просто-напросто случайность. Так, теперь телепортируемся обратно. Что касается... Так, я уже сказал, уязвимость и так далее и тому подобное. Теперь я более подробно вам расскажу по поводу тех фракций, с которыми вы можете подружиться, покупать экипировку, если вы играете за физический, либо персонажа за физический урон, либо проникающий урон. Так, ну вначале я точно поменяю этот меч. Для этого нужно будет перейти на другую сложность. С перекрестком дьявола я репутацию еще не набрал максимальную, нет? Так. Здесь мне нужно... Так. Сюда. Оставляем печать клинков. Ставим ее обратно. Ее же активируем. Это не то. Теперь переходим на элиту для того, чтобы купить присыпку у фракции Бисмеэль в забытых богах. Так, что касается фракций, как я и говорил, то есть в оригинальной игре вы можете рассчитывать на получение наилучшей экипировки у такой фракции, как Черный Легион. Да, есть перекресток дьявола, есть, в свою очередь, бродяги, есть усадьба, есть изгнанница, если вы хотите купить у нее какие-либо присыпки, но наилучший вариант для вас будет именно Черный Легион с точки соотношением урон и сопротивляемость, именно ваш урон. Все, присыпку купили, перешли обратно. А все остальные фракции, они будут иметь на своих предметах экипировки что-то дополнительное в плане того типа урона, вокруг которого вы не строите своего персонажа. К примеру, будет иметься физический урон, проникающий урон огнем, или проникающий урон ядом и так далее и тому подобное. То есть это не значит, что я вам говорю не покупать предметы у других фракций. Наоборот, покупайте. Просто когда, тем более, если вы доходите до Черного Легиона, вы же не сразу будете иметь с ними хороший статус взаимоотношений. Вам еще нужно будет его поднять с помощью заданий, с помощью основных, второстепенных и так далее и тому подобное. Что касается того момента, когда вы уже открыли доступ к их экипировке, вот тогда да, тогда вам не следует рассматривать какие-либо другие фракции, за редким исключением в виде чертежей, либо каких-то предметов, чего нету у которых нет у Черного Легиона. Теперь же касательно первого дополнения, Пепел Мальмута. Там, в свою очередь, ситуация такая, что сопротивление Мальмута будет продавать наиболее выгодные предметы для вас. Убежище ведьм и... Могильный холм так же как и усадьба, перекресток дьявола и так далее и тому подобное, они будут продавать предметы с чем-то дополнительным. Касательно моего мнения по этим дополнительным источникам урона, вы уже его знаете, но я повторюсь еще раз. Их полезность заканчивается на первой сложности. На следующих сложностях с дополнительным защитой у врагов от любых типов урона, их использовать просто-напросто. На них полагаться не имеет никакого смысла. Заморозили. Ага, вот этого надо убивать в первую очередь. Защитник света хорошая вещь для... Если я не ошибаюсь, сейчас посмотрим. Это у нас будет... Да, строго молния. Это был тотем нежити, с ними... Ага, нужно выпить еще банку. С ними у меня репутация еще не на уровне немезиды, но скоро будет. Теперь, что касается второго дополнения. То есть, опять же, в первом дополнении пепел Мальмута, сопротивление Мальмута, остальные поскольку-постольку. То есть, эти наплечники, вы видите, здесь есть внутренние травмы, они купленные в убежище ведьм, от которых я никаких преимуществ не получаю. Вот что я говорю, когда имею в виду дополнительные источники урона, вокруг которых вы не строите своего персонажа. Во втором дополнении, они же забытые боги, там ситуация такова, что особо какую-то фракцию тяжело выделить в плане полезности. Так, отсюда надо убегать. Надо разрывать с ними дистанцию в рукопашном бою. Они тогда не будут кидать кирпичи и будут просто бить в ближней дистанции. Так вот, в забытых богах... Единственное, я отмечу, что у культа Салаэля наиболее высокий выбор предметов на физический урон, проникающие внутренние травмы. У культа Дрига и Бисмиэль там ситуация такова, что они продают экипировку с ядом, либо на холод. Но даже у того же культа Салаэля вот те же самые внутренние травмы присутствуют. Так что если играете физическим либо проникающим уроном, будьте готовы, что вот эта дополнительная примочка, она вам просто будет просто иметься на этих предметах. То есть там какой-то лучшей фракции я не увидел. Вот это плохо, я опять нажал не на ту опцию в диалоге, ну ладно. Вот, собственно, и все, что хотелось бы выделить касательно проникающего урона, касательно его сильных слабых сторон, общей какой-то информации и так далее и тому подобное. Тут уже вы для себя будете решать, полезен ли вам этот тип урона, будете ли вы за него играть или нет. Уже знаю наиболее подробно о его основах механики и так далее и тому подобное. Как я и говорил, вот, кстати, сейчас могли заметить, не зря я поставил на быстрый порез Амарасты гневные духи. И это активация созвездий, активное созвездие в Ассасине, которое создает снаряды во все стороны и пробивает врагов. Но ключевое слово не в этом. Из-за того, что несколько раз подряд можно нанести критический урон этой самой атакой, оно вам очень сильно поможет. тут у нас и крабы. Кого здесь только нету. Так, надо отойти назад. Сильный урон получаю. Печать заново создаю. Потому что порченого надо было убрать в первую очередь. Теперь перейду на английский и наиболее подробно расскажу. Думаю, по поводу про боссов Немезид, с которыми я уже успел столкнуться, уже довелось победить некоторых новых. Про их сильные и слабые стороны, про то, что вам следует знать о их типе урона и так далее и тому подобное. И что я думаю, то есть о них в целом, за каких персонажей тяжелее или легче убивать. Alright, now I have explained the pierce damage nuances, the general stuff, strengths, weaknesses, as well as what faction you can utilize to buy the best equipment in the proportion of strength and defense. I would like to shift focus to the discussing the Nemesis bosses. Mainly what Nemesis bosses I had managed to defeat already, and what I think about them in general, meaning what classes are, with what classes you can defeat them more easier, with what classes you will going to fight them, you will find the fight against them a little bit more difficult, so on and so forth. I'm going to place them not in a specific order, but mainly in order in what order I was facing them. And I wish to start with those Nemesis bosses that I faced with this character, since I'm playing him right now, with Infiltrator. So, with Infiltrator, the thing is that I had fought against 2 Nemesis bosses during this playthrough. Or, let me actually rephrase it, what is the Nemesis boss like in general? Those are tough bosses with unique mechanics, unique abilities, which going to spawn randomly in the map during your playthrough as long as you have reached Nemesis status with enemy faction. How exactly can you check the status? You open up the faction window and each faction has its status. Once it reaches Nemesis, you see it says in the description spawns Nemesis bosses. They each of them have their own unique nuances when it comes to the mechanic stuff and such, which I would like to share with you guys. So for you, it's going to be a little bit easier to deal with them or prepare against the inevitable encounter. I am saying inevitable since there will be a case in point where even without any experience potions, writs, so on and so forth, if you are willing to stick all the way through the campaign, explore every nook and cranny, you will eventually reach, well, unlock them by default. With monster totems or without monster totems. With Infiltrator, like I said, I had fought against 2 of them in this playthrough, this campaign playthrough. One of them is Belgotian from the Ictonians faction. And the other, surprisingly, to my surprise, that is, it's the second Nemesis boss from Ictonian faction called Gravatul the Void Drinker. I am going to be starting my explanation from Belgotian since I had fought against him, or Belgotian, I believe that's the right way to call him. I had encountered him first. I had faced him in Bastion of Chaos. In 4th floor, I mean in penultimate floor of this roguelike dungeon. And he has 2 phases, even though he's not that different in terms of the abilities, but nonetheless it's worth to mention that he has a clear distinction in his attack speed, movement speed and casting speed in his second phase, meaning he is definitely going to be seen by you as more threat in his second phase than his first phase. Alright, I need to get back to the town and sell some items first. Let's do it. In his first phase, those abilities that he is going to do, he is going to trap you and limit your movement option for a couple of seconds. That in return can allow him to shorten the distance between your character and him. Additionally, he is going to attack you. His attack speed in his first phase is nothing to write home about. It's definitely on the slower end of things. But what makes him unique is such aspect as he is going to summon those shards, red ones highlighted with red and black color. If you destroy one of those shards, each shard is going to reduce your resistances as well as your defensive ability and deal combined physical damage, vitality damage, and chaos damage. Also, he does the same type of damage that I'm just describing, like vitality, physical, and chaos. In addition to that, you can accidentally kill yourself if you're not careful enough by using a huge area of effect abilities and explode, which can explode simultaneously several of those shards. So my advice to you is when you see that he created them, they look like a minefield closer to him. You can move away from him a little bit and force him to catch up to you. Chances are he's not going to create the second quote-unquote wave of the same shards when he has to reposition himself and catch up with your character. Now, the other thing that he is going to do in first phase from time to time, he is going to lower your attack speed. When he is hitting you with an attack, which looks like he's stabbing you with two of his quote-unquote hands simultaneously. Alright, so yeah, this is pretty much it when it comes to his first phase. Now on the second phase, the thing that makes him a little bit more dangerous is the fact that he gains extra movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, which in return allows him to create those shards, those that I had talked about them a little bit earlier. You know, when you explode them and you take mass amount of damage and your resistances is going to deplete. In addition, his regular attacks are going to lower your damage by a certain amount. So if you, and this can stack, I don't know up until what margin exactly, but I had managed to remove this debuff just by moving away from him little by little. I'm assuming the same thing works with what you call him, Valderon the Storm Scourge, meaning that when you are getting closer to him and staying near him all the time and letting him hit you, you will accumulate large quantities of this debuff called lowering of your total damage. But since he is like unlike Valderon Storm Scourge, Bane Gargot is definitely not on the same threat, at least in my subjective opinion, and you can allow yourself to get hit like couple of times and only then remove your couple more extra times, and only after this remove the debuff that you have accumulated. And how also can you tell the difference between his second and first phase? Well, in his second phase he becomes a little bit more bigger, and you see the red color around his model, you know, boss model. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to this Nemesis boss. I cannot say objectively his limits of strength, because when I was facing him I was 11 levels above him on elite difficulty, so this is why I am mostly going to reference the mechanical side of things. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, oh, look at me, I'm so like insanely overpowered when it comes to Those this is not bad, but mine's a little bit better when it comes to facing this Nemesis boss. So I just explained the mechanic side of things and nothing else. Now the other Nemesis boss, like I said, it's the second boss from Chtonian faction. He is called Gravatul the Void Drinker, and with him the situation is still a little bit confusing to me, meaning that I haven't got accustomed to all of the dangerous attacks that he was doing. Luckily, he doesn't have any clear, like, he doesn't have anything additional when it comes to his first or second phase, being Gravatul the Void Drinker. He has the same arsenal of attacks. Yes, the same red aura is going to pop up on his body, which is going to allow him to move faster, attack faster, and create spells faster. But at least when it comes to having additional abilities, nothing like that was seen by me when I was facing him in Ashes of Melmoth DLC. Can I sell this? I cannot. So why do I need this for? I'm going to throw this on the ground. Let me dump everything into stash, and then I will continue on the explanation. Alright, so Demon Bone leg plates. Stormbearers. This is Light's Defender set. And this is a gun. So it goes over here. Alright, so when it comes to those abilities... Oh, I need to talk with him as well.
We have to hit them hard and fast.
Alright, one by one. First and foremost, his type of damage that he's going to deal to you. Similar to Bane Gargot, his damage comes from several sources, and that includes physical, chaos, and vitality damage. When it comes to type of attacks that he is going to deal against your character, first, with regular attacks, he just swings slowly with one claw, and then with the other claw dealing physical damage. So that's nothing dangerous whatsoever from my point of view. Now, when it comes to Mythical Orb of the Black Flame, I do not recall on what builds this item is useful. Golemborn Greaves. When it comes to the other stuff, he is also going to swing with his wings. You know, his winged demon. How exactly he looks? He looks like a winged demon. And from there you will see that the red torrent of lightning is going to come out. He's going to deal combined physical damage, vitality, and a little bit of chaos damage. Other stuff from him includes such abilities like creating a pool on the ground, you know, similarly to the boss from, let me show it to you, on the Dark Quail Gate. In his second form, he creates 3 of those pools. And those pools, if you step on them, they will deal massive amounts of physical and chaos damage. That's not all. He has another extra ability at his disposal, and that is when he opens up his arm and you see like his chest and red glowing lighting, you will definitely need to run away from it, because you will see 2 red glowing projectiles flying from him towards your direction. Now, the good thing is that they will vanish after a while, so in case you do not have any environment to block them, like you can hide behind the pillar or behind something else, they can vanish by just hitting the pillar. But in case you are getting to get hit by them, 2 circumstances might occur. Circumstances, I mean, two things can occur. One thing is you will receive massive amount of damage and your resistances is going to be lowered by 50%, all of them. The second thing that can occur, your active 2 gold auras, you see how many I have, like Veil of Shadow, Aura of Conviction, as well as Swirling Blades, they are going to be disappeared. Hitting, if you get hit by one of those, not by two of those, even by one of those red projectiles. So with them, I would advise you to dodge them at all costs. And yes, this is pretty much it to the Gravatul, White Drinker. Once again, second Nemesis boss from Chtonian faction. Now, the thing that is a little bit more confusing to me, and it still is to this point, because I had faced him only once and was able to kill him on my second try, is I do not understand what is the trigger behind his attack when he creates those pools on the ground. Because red projectiles I can dodge, as well as it's not that dangerous for you to getting hit by, other than those red slow-moving yellow projectiles, it's not too dangerous for you to getting hit by his regular attacks or getting debuffed by his wing claws. That red torrent of lightning that I was explaining a little bit earlier. But those red pools on the ground, I do not know what is the reason behind him creating them. Either I'm getting too close to him, or on the counterpart, I'm getting too far away from him. Because I was trying to make him not create them at all, and when he was eventually catching up to me in melee range, or I was trying to move away from him, he constantly created those pools that follows you around, and they are going to limit your option to the point where you need to cautiously choose the ground on which you can stand if you want to deal damage to this boss, like at all, without receiving any in return. Now, subjectively, I would think that at least in a campaign, if you have free space, like you had freed the space of enemies, and you have good amounts, like good kiting skills, I think that ranged characters, no matter if you take into account Bane, Gargot, or Gravatul the Void Drinker, have a slight edge over him in combat. Just because with them you do not have to worry about accidentally hitting by some of his abilities in point-blank ranged, or, for instance, those projectiles, or accidentally blowing up those shards from Bane Gargot, you know, the ones that are going to explode and reduce your resistances. With melee range situation, with melee characters, situation is a little bit different. And it's definitely harder, from my point of view. Wow, no dynamite from them, like, at all. What a greedy bandits. Right now I have explained two of those Nemesis bosses. I am going to move to another one, and that is the Valderan Stormscourge, which is a Nemesis boss from Ethereal faction. When it comes to him, so he is going to deal like type of damage that includes physical as well as lightning, electrocute, and that's all. He is not going to deal something extra which you are unfamiliar with when it comes to damage types. Now, with the abilities, the ones that are more dangerous ones, less dangerous, so on and so forth. From my perspective, well, let me talk about abilities in general, and then I'm going to tell you my subjective take on it. First and foremost, he is going to use in point-blank range those stun jacks, which looks pretty similar to the ability, if not the same, from Demolitionist. They will deal lightning and electrocute damage, which is going to stack up until you will eventually get rid of it, meaning the electrocute mechanic, or you will eventually die, because nothing other than the circuit breaker is going to allow you to overheal the massive amounts of electrocute, which this Nemesis boss is capable of stacking upon your character. The good thing is that if you just move away from him for a couple of seconds, your electrocute charges that your character has accumulated, standing closer to him and getting hit by his attacks or abilities, is going to vanish. But here's the catch. Two other abilities. Ability number one is, once again, if you are standing closer to him, he is going to create this electric blast, lowering your resistances to lightning damage, as well as lowering your offensive ability and defensive ability simultaneously. Now, it's mostly a defense reduction ability to me, other than damaging one. His most damaging ability is definitely going to be stun jacks. But the catch is not in this one. The catch is in the other ability, which grants him the way to teleport directly in your character's face. And this, in return, triggers other skill that I was explained to you earlier, than that being stun jacks. So if you wish to effectively combat with this Nemesis boss, you would definitely have to bait him to use the teleport ability. Because the worst thing that could happen to you is if you are trying to move away from him and remove from your character that electrocute damage which you accumulated. He is going to teleport to you and either utilize stun jacks one more time, which in return definitely going to kill you, or he is going to utilize resistance reduction with this electric blast and then stun jacks. In any way, your chances of surviving is going to be very low. So, like I said before, and I'm going to repeat this again, no matter if you're playing a melee character or ranged character, bait him to use the teleport. Start the encounter with him and then wait a little bit. You can run away for a while just for him to use the teleport. After you use the teleport, make sure you are fighting him in a period of 3 to 5 seconds before the amount of electrocute damage is going to become overwhelming. And after it, you either have to, like, if your character has damage immunity ability for a couple of seconds, that's great, you can utilize it, and this is going to, like Arcanist for example, allow you to remove from your character that electrocute damage, or if not, move away from him, run for a couple of seconds, and then return and continue the fight with him.
I can't do that yet.
In any case, do not try to only stand close enough to him and wail him wildly, like attack him wildly without paying attention to how much damage your character is receiving in return. Chances are he's going to kill you way faster than you will going to kill him. So it's a little bit... not to say that this boss is insanely dangerous if you know the mechanic. He only, from my point of view, he only requires from a player to be a little bit more attentive to what is happening to the debuff, how much you have accumulated, how much of this debuff you have accumulated during this fight itself, so on and so forth. And he doesn't have any second phase. meaning he is not going to receive any additional ability other than the fact that similar mist is going to appear, which is going to grant him more attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. But no additional skills that he is going to create, he's going to use against you has been spotted by me during my playthroughs. Now, when it comes to with what character it is easier for you to defeat him in the campaign, I would say similarly to the two previous Nemesis bosses. With ranged character, you will once again have the slight edge over him compared to melee character. You might ask why, and I'm going to tell you, simply because with ranged archetypes, it's a little bit easier to not accumulate vast quantities of that electrocute damage if you are using any kind of hit and run techniques, if you are kiting him well, and especially if you have baited him to utilize his teleport. Because the only thing that you need to worry about after the teleport has been used is hit, run, like shoot, click away, run, shoot, click away from him, and run. That's it. With a ranged character. Alright, let's move onwards. Oops, I decided to choose the wrong path for some reason. Okay, nothing over here. Only 400 points away from becoming a nemesis with the Arkovian undead. Oh, I haven't seen the this void touched elite enemy teleported to me. This is why I was a little bit surprised by his appearance.
I can't do that yet.
I think I'm going to face against a lot of those elite bees over here. Or not. In any case, I'm going to go in directly into this cave. But yeah, those who are paying attention to how fast my abilities are recharging, especially once I'm critting, is because I explained at the beginning of the stream. Off stream, I was able to eventually got my hands on Belgotian's Carnage by crafting it myself initially, which is a best in slot relic, by the way, for melee dual wielding weapons based around pierce damage. Initially, I thought that I am going to buy it simply because for my challenges that I put myself as a sort of a completion list, I needed to have the best options, whether it be defense or offense, and this relic is the thing that I included in this list when I theory crafted this build. Mechanically, this relic allows me to lower the cooldown by 1 second on all of my active abilities from Nightblade. Skill tree. That includes Pneumatic Burst, Ring of Steel, as well as the Rift. Bladed Rift, which is a glyph that I use for the sake of teleporting, as well as lowering my enemy's defense ability. I do not recall if it's in this hive or in the other hive. When you are getting closer to Arkovian Undercity, you will find there the Exalted Stash. Probably it's in the other hive. Here you will just face against the Hive Queen boss.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, Queenie, your turn.
Can't do that.
She has 2 million HP, which is a lot just for optional boss, but it's still something to be expected. By the way, with my amount of defensive ability, I should start worrying of applying the the components for amping up my offensive ability. I think that my resistances, at least when it comes to majority of roguelike dungeons in this game and open-esque areas, are more than enough, especially with my Word of Renewal to withstand the magical damage. Now I just need to amplify my offensive ability a little bit.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, while going directly to the next waypoint, I am going to use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who are watching the stream. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz. I am playing a game called Grim Dawn on softcore difficulty with ultimate included. The last difficulty out of 3 possible ones, remind you. Playing as the Infiltrator, combination between Nightblade and Inquisitor, based around pierce damage and weapon pool skill system, as well as auto attacks or auto attack replacers, so no ranged abilities or huge area effect abilities at all, only close quarter combat. In addition,
That skill's not ready.
I am explaining along the way some mechanics that you, from my take, you will definitely want to know about them, because they will significantly lower the difficulty of any players that are willing to give this game a try, in terms of understanding the mechanics from defense, for defense, offense, resistances, so on and so forth. In addition, I am also using a mod called Grim Internals that allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, rare items, components, highlight my HP bar, enemies HP bar, rare items on me and on them, debuffs on me and on them respectively.
Not ready.
But the sole reason behind purpose behind using this mod is the incoming DPS graph. It shows any character's strong and weak points, which you can play around more effectively and gain the upper hand in terms of relocating your components for defense sake or for offense sake. You can play this game without this mod for sure, but if you wish to delve deeper into the higher difficulties without having to rely on default in-game explanation of the stuff, because the game, in my opinion, doesn't present all of the necessary nuances that you would like to know to be able to improve the strength of your character from defense perspective and offense perspective compared to this mod. And it doesn't require any elaborate installation. You just download the archive, unpack it in the main folder, and use to launch the game, not with the in-game icon, but with the help of the icon that this mod is going to have. In game, you press Ctrl F5, and there you will see every possible option which you can toggle on and off to be able to set up the information that you need. Perhaps you do not need to see several of the graphs that this mod has as the auto-included functions. You can turn them off and on. It's up to you to set up this mod however you like it. Oh, reflective with an aura. Luckily, damage absorption helps mitigate my own damage against me. Wait, that's actually a unique trick I can utilize against reflective enemies. You remember I was talking how physical damage builds, they are vulnerable against any reflective mechanic, right? But I didn't take into account at least the Inquisitor option to absorb the incoming damage against your character with the help of the seal. That's definitely something that I need a further research on. Right, but getting back on the topic of introducing myself and the stream once again. So, additionally, you are going to, if you wish to see the specifics of this character, exact skill points allocation, devotion points, gear that he is going to wear at level 100 that I am wearing to acquire, you can utilize it with the help of !build command. And on that note, I have a list of commands, whether it be the game-specific stuff or just general commands, for instance, PC specs that I am streaming from, so that you will know something extra from me. But command is one way how you can do it. The other way is that you can type your own statements, your own opinions, thoughts in chat, as well as ask any kind of question that is going to come to your mind, and from my part I'll do my best to either comment on them or answer them as elaborately as possible.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, should I go over here? Yeah, let's clear the top areas first. Almost denied him the opportunity to throw Molotov cocktail at me. Yeah, but even if I'm getting hit, the only thing that I need to worry is the reduction of my attack speed and movement speed. The stuff that occurs when I am getting burned for several seconds is nothing critical, since I told you before that I have, well, Aura of Conviction from the Inquisitor side allows me to reduce the burn duration significantly, which is going to be helpful not only in this place, but in any other places where enemies are going to utilize any kind of fire damage against me. That's kind of bad. I utilized seal. What I should have done, I should have stepped in the seal itself and remained there to gain the bonus from it. I spotted those Arcanists in the backline and I wanted to reposition myself. Alright, so this cave, or mine, has been fully cleared. I need to move away to the main bandit encampment. You know, guys, I should have also done the thing that reallocate my extra skill points from the Nightblade, one from Circle of Slaughter, one from Shadow Dance, and put them into the Arcane Empowerment in Inquisitor Seal itself. Because the fact is that I still need those extra points to finish up leveling Inquisitor's skills. The ones that I need, at least. Oh, we also have Master of the Pit. This would be interesting.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, Master of the Pit, let's see what you have against me. What you can do against me. By the looks of it, nothing. If you are going to face him in any kind of range, from any kind of distance, be warned that he is going to utilize this ability that is called Warcry. It lowers your health, it lowers your damage that you are dealing to him. So keep this in mind. Okay, before talking with them, I'm willing to explore those areas over here. This is the place where I will be facing this troll guy. Well, troll monster. Wow, from atop, it looks like my Nightblade have different kind of auras, you know, like a Christmas tree around him.
Keep your weapon.
Alright, that's one quest. That's their faction quest. I need to talk with them. Now to hunt down this troll. With the troll, just remember about his ability where he swings with his club. Yeah, this one. You can dodge it pretty easily just by clicking one click away. And he's dead. Yep. Mythical Assassin's Calling, Epic One-Handed Sword. Wow, it's so bad. Oh, because it's with poison damage. Got it. I was thinking to myself, like, was asking myself, it shouldn't supposed to be that bad. Considering the fact that it's a blue item dropped for the end game, like mythical versions of it. But then I looked at the poison damage and I completely understand why it's bad, at least for my character.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, this is just loops around. Oh, and I completely forgot to emphasize that just by watching this stream, you are going to accumulate chat points that you can utilize to earn various types of rewards, like highlighting your messages in chat, as well as requesting me to follow you on your Twitch channel, Twitter page channel. As long as you are a content creator, I'm willing to do it. In addition, you can utilize the indirect support during the stream itself by cheers, bits, and tips, or direct support with various options like subscribing to my Twitch channel, and thus you will unlock the various types of icons, emotes, as well as chat statuses. They are all different based around tiers, or by donating via Streamlabs or becoming a Patreon. Each of the ways have their own benefits, so for those who are willing to choose one of them, be my guest.
I can't do that yet.
Now that was a definitely damaging charge attack from him. I wasn't expect that, especially considering how long I was stunned because of it. Wow, despite having that high of a pierce resistance, I am still getting hit by them quite a lot.
That skill's not ready.
That's the power of those bandits who throws knives. Not those arsonist guys with Molotov cocktails, but the ones who throw knives at you. Okay, so the fortunes have been destroyed. We have the, what you call him, Boomer Slakun. Wow, who dies in a span of couple of seconds. It's always random against which bandit boss you are going to be facing here. It could be Ash the Wall, guy with the shield and melee weapon, and it could be someone else. Alright, now that I have done the presentation once again in English, I'm willing to do this once again in Russian language, and then I will continue explaining the Nemesis bosses part. Еще раз всех приветствую, дамы и господа. Меня зовут Александр, играю в игру Grim Dawn на сложности softcore абсолют за лазутчика на проникающем уроне вокруг ВПС-ок, вокруг автоатак и заменителей этих же самых автоатак. Что касается какой-то дополнительной информации, которую я буду объяснять во время стрима, я объясняю какие-то нюансы по механике. В основном это основы, которые позволят вам определить ваш тип урона, за который вы хотите играть, или же понять какие-то аспекты игры, если вы решите решите выбрать определенный тип персонажа. К примеру, боец ближнего боя, дальнего боя и так далее и тому подобное. Если вы хотите посмотреть билд этого персонажа, за которого я играю, вы можете использовать команду в чате восклицательный знак билд, чтобы увидеть точное распределение очков навыков, созвездий, раскладку экипировки, точнее, саму экипировку, присыпки, компоненты и так далее и тому подобное. Также можете пользоваться другими командами, относящимися к игре Grim Dawn, либо же общими командами, чтобы, к примеру, узнать спецификации компьютера, с которого я стримлю, и так далее и тому подобное. Но команда — это один способ узнать информацию, другой способ — это спросить напрямую в чате, что я вас и призываю сделать. Если у вас есть какие-то либо вопросы, пожелания, не стесняйтесь, задавайте, оставляйте их в чате на английском или на русском. Я с удовольствием прокомментирую их, отвечу на них или подискутирую с вами по поводу различных тем, относящихся к игре, либо же к чему-то другому. Также не стоит забывать, что, смотря эту трансляцию, вы будете накапливать очки чата, которые вы можете использовать для получения различных наград, таких как выделение вашего сообщения в чате, либо же запросить подписаться на ваш твиттер-канал, либо стать фолловером вашего твич-канала. Если вы создаете контент так же, как и я с удовольствием это сделаю.
Skill's not ready.
Я даже этого не помнил, чтобы он здесь появлялся. Элитный, эфирный. Кстати, странно, почему порченый, а не эфирный. Здесь нет такого понятия, как урон порчи. Это и есть урон эфиром, но почему-то что на русском, что на английском он называется порченный. Ладно, про еще раз вступительную часть я сказал. Теперь перейду непосредственно, продолжу объяснять про боссов Немезид на английском. Тех, кто остался еще, о ком я еще не успел рассказать. И потом объясню то же самое на русском. Alright, now that I done introduction part in Russian language, let's get back on track and continue explaining those Nemesis bosses that I haven't explained yet in English language, and then I'm going to do the same in Russian language. So the next Nemesis boss that I'm going to highlight is called Musilok the Chillwind. He is Nemesis boss from Arkovian Undead faction. I personally encountered him when I was playing as a Dead Knight in the 4th level in Steps of Torment roguelike dungeon. How exactly he looks like? Well, he looks like your stone golem. Not the stone, but your bone golem, against which you are fighting in vast quantities in those kind of areas. Although he is way bigger than regular ones, even bigger than Elite, and he has a blue color around him. Well, if you take a guess and you guess that he is going to deal to you mostly not only physical but what you call it, cold and frostburn damage, then you guessed right. He has 2 phases, meaning that in his 2nd phase he is not only going to gain the other ability, which he wasn't utilizing in his 1st phase, he is also going to increase his attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. When it comes to his damage types, he is going to deal physical damage, cold damage, for the most part, and some vitality damage. Although he has only 1 ability, I am telling you straight up front how it is going to look like in any of his phases when it comes to vitality damage. When he swings with 1 and the 2nd hand, quote unquote, and you see like 2 arc red colored waves hitting your character, this is the stuff that deals combined physical and vitality damage, so this is pretty much out of the equation. Now, the other abilities, which are more interesting to analyze from my point of view, whether it be his abilities in 1st phase or in his 2nd phase, are the following. First and foremost, he is going to cast Blizzard. For those who have played, I do not need to explain what Blizzard is going to look like. There are plenty of ARPGs, and you get the picture behind it. Basically, ice shards are going to fall from the sky, and each of those shards, when they will impact your character, will deal physical and cold frostburn damage. Additionally, they will reduce your casting, movement speed, and attack speed. The next ability that he is going to do in his 1st phase, he is going to summon just 1 ice shard. This ice shard is going to shoot projectiles in different directions, and if you're getting hit by 1 of these projectiles, your resistances is going to lower a bit, as well as you will be frozen on 1 place, depending on the time with which you will be frozen is going to depend on how much you have managed to accumulate the resistances against those types of effects. It's called the freeze duration. So if you have managed to accumulate a good amount of it, well, then you're in luck. If not, well, you will be freezing, you will be stuck there for a while. In addition to all of that, he is going to just swing with his auto attack, and they by themselves are going to deal just physical damage. Now, on the 2nd phase, the picture is going to change a little bit. He Well, I have told you before that he is going to he will have more attack, casting, and movement speed, which in returns allows him to cast Blizzard more often, and in some cases he can cover more ground and limit greatly or significantly the area where you can run away freely. Plus, the next ability that becomes more enhanced from my point of view, that is those ice shards. He no longer summon just one, is going to summon just one ice shard, he will summon 4 of them. And let me tell, yes, I forgot to tell you about those ice shards. Yes, you can destroy them, so they are not invulnerable to your damage type. If you will focus them down, they will break away. But the catch is that to do this more effectively, from my point of view, you would have to play a ranged character or melee, but with those instruments that allows you to cover more areas with area of effect damage, to be able to nuke those shards in a span of several seconds. Because if you will not going to do this, and especially if you will get hit by those shards, they will deal tremendous amount of damage. And do not forget that I was talking about freezing duration, that hard crowd control effect. Getting hit by multiple of those in the same, like in a span of several seconds, plus do not forget that the boss will hit you on top of everything else, your HP is definitely going to deplete to the critical levels. So my advice to you when it comes to those shards is, if you cannot deal with all of them quickly, reposition this boss to another place. He will not going to summon them in an instant when he is going to move from one point to another, so you have several seconds to counter him, to deal damage against him, without worrying about those shards, those ice shards that will deplete your health pool. The only exception would be, like I said, those characters who nuke quote-unquote whole screen with area of effect damage, and with them it doesn't really that matter if he is going to summon those shards or not. Chances are, with that huge area of effect damage, they will kill those shards in a span of like 1 to 2 seconds, and they will not even fire at you. And you see, with this description, I am leading to the point that, once again, from my subjective opinion, Musilok, the Chillwind, is yet another Nemesis boss that is easier to kill if you are playing a ranged character than a melee character. He doesn't have, unlike Valdrand the Stormscourge, he doesn't have any teleports, any charged ability whatsoever. So you do not have to worry about... The only attack from the distance, quote-unquote, is when he is going to utilize Blizzard. But you can avoid this easily, especially if you have teleport or dashing abilities, so you would only have to worry about the location of those ice shards in his second phase. That's pretty much it. Alright, so I sold everything that I wanted. Let's dump everything extra in the stash. Once again, I almost made a mistake and was putting the wrong components into the stash. Alright, so these are boots. Orbs. Orbs is the thing that I'm willing to put over here. What is this? And also for Kovia. Oh, so it's a quest item. Got it. Have I sold everything? Yep.
That skill's not ready.
Right, so I have explained Valdrand the Stormscourge, Bane Gargot, Gravatul the Void Drinker, as well as Musilok the Chillwind. Now, the next boss that I am going to explain, going to give you the information about, is Chupacabra, the Endless Menace. Now, this boss, despite the fact that you will going to most definitely be nemesis with Beast faction already in main campaign, against this boss you will only, when it comes to campaign territories, face him in first DLC. You cannot face him in original campaign, despite plenty of opportunities for developers to add it, but I digress. Let's return back to the main topic. Oh, I see Aetherward Totem. Even though I haven't been meeting Valder on the Storm Scourge right now. In ultimate difficulty. Well, Direni just got destroyed. So, a quick disclaimer, this is the reason behind sparing Direni's life back in Devil's Crossing and then killing him now. Because if you heal him now, you will accumulate negative faction, which is going to directly go to Crowley's gang. But if you kill him in Devil's Crossing, nothing positive will going to happen from it when it comes to infamy points. Alright, so Chupacabra, the Endless Menace. Another boss that has unique, I wouldn't say clearly distinguishable faces, but at least it's definitely on a unique side of things when it comes to mechanics that you would have to deal with throughout the whole period of the fight. So, when it comes to type of damage that this boss is going to deal against you, it's going to deal against you physical damage, bleeding damage, as well as vitality damage. When this beast is going to transform, well, and by transform multiplies in the smaller ones, he will not receive any additional attacks, meaning the newer ones that you have to deal with. The arsenal of its attacks is going to always stay the same no matter what. The properties of those attacks are going to change slightly. So in the how exactly this beast is going to look like, where if you have played through Ashes of Manmod DLC and you saw how those Yetis are looking like, meaning how their model has designed, you already then you will definitely know how Chupacabra, excuse me, the Endless Menace is going to look like. Similarly to the Musilok the Chillwind, its model is going to be definitely bigger, as well as the damage type will be definitely something that you need to be worried. You need to take into account. Alright, Cronley, your turn. You had messed up my explanation of Nemesis bosses, Cronley. How dare you? Create the seal. I believe I need to move away, yeah, judging by the huge quantities of HP that I was losing because of this ether that he created. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability to remove from him that shield, you know, which grants him the less quantity, like, grants him the damage immunity. Is he having this shield again? Yep. Finally. I believe I have already seen this Dreadfire. Nope, I haven't. Perhaps it was on the... what you call it? Hardcore difficulty. Right, so returning back to the discussion of the Chupacabra. At his first phase, he's going to deal the regular attack. One of them looks like he is going to headbutt you, which is going to deal only physical damage. The second one would be he swings from his two claws, dealing combined physical and bleeding damage. And the third one would be he is going to slam the ground with his fists, and it creates sort of a shockwave, sort of a bone wave, like from the Necromancer ability. This is the most damaging one out of all of those three. And it is going to deal combined physical damage, vitality damage, and bleeding damage, and you will lose vast quantities of life because of it. Now, he will also going to have two additional abilities at his disposal. One of them, he uses his red breath against you, and if you are getting hit by it, he is going to stack bleeding debuff on top of you. Now, from my personal point of view, despite having that bleeding damage on top of your character, you will not receive the same... the damage will not be on the same scale as, for instance, compared to Valderon the Stormscourge, even if you are getting hit multiple times by it. And the thing is that, in addition to all of that I have said previously, this bleeding effect is going to vanish pretty rapidly from his breath, so I don't know whether or not you should definitely worry about this breath attack, or you can ignore it. I would say you, for the most part, can ignore it, especially if you have damage absorption or damage reduction effect or any kind of healing mechanisms via abilities or constellations. Okay, this is one quest. Two more has been completed. Getting back over here.
Well, the world, damn me, now they're...
I can't do that.
And speak with you.
Right to business. Nobody...
Yes? Oh, good, of course. There you are. Nearly a century ago.
Oh, my experience potion had ran off. I need to use it yet again. Oh, the Hargate Island. The area where I love to take, quote-unquote, love to take damage from acid, which I cannot mitigate in any way, shape, or form. Alright, let's do it. Let's complete this quest and be done with this Hargate nonsense. But yeah, returning back to Chupacabra's attacks, so the very last ability which he has, and by the way, all of those skills that I have just described to you, he retains in all phases of the fight. Well, by phases I mean how many times it's going to multiply itself. So it's not like some ability is going to be missing or something else is going to be added. No, Arsenal is going to stay the same. The very last thing that you should be worried about is those red pools which he creates on the ground. Each of them are going to deal combined physical damage, bleeding damage, but most importantly, it is going to lower your damage against this boss from any source. So you will see total % damage reduction. And this debuff can stack up to the significant margin. So this, in returns, requires you to move away from those pools, at least when certain time has passed, and Chupacabra had created multiple of those pools on the ground, and you desperately need to relocate your character to a better spot. Now, when you deplete his health pool once, he is going to multiply on 2 of those different little monsters. Their health pool is going to be significantly lower than before. Their damage, physical damage, well, their damage from any kind of attacks is going to be lowered. Even those that creates those bone force waves, which I was describing earlier. But the thing is that since you will be facing not one but two of them at the same time, they will create more of those pools on the ground. And if you defeat those middle-sized monsters, they will once again multiply on little ones. So the process is going to repeat yet again, meaning that their damage is going to be significantly lower, physical, bleeding, vitality, but the amount of pulls for some classes, I believe, or some players who do not wish to pay that much attention to what is happening behind their feet, is going to be overwhelming. So my advice to you: always try to relocate, if necessary, your character to a better spot. Otherwise, you are going to take a very huge quantities of unnecessary damage, which otherwise could be avoided entirely.
That skill's not ready.
And once again, as a sort of a conclusion, similarly to the stuff that I said previously to other Nemesis bosses when it comes to whether it's easier or harder for you to deal with them as a melee or ranged character, well, it turns out Chupacabra is no exception. I yet again think that with ranged character you will find more... This fight would be way easier, since you do not as long as in the campaign. So, two important remarks. I'm talking about in campaign fight, not Crucible or Shattered Realm fight, and I'm talking about if you had chosen or prepared the ground where you have no other monsters and where you can freely kite her. With that said, ranged characters have a slight edge in this encounter. Yeah, I forgot to open up this chest. Let's do it. What is this? Forsaken Savage Totem. Oh, so it's a beast. Beast elites. And I am going to mention the very last Nemesis boss that I was facing once again when I was playing a physical Death Knight, and that was Alexander the Archmage. When I'm going to defeat those spiders as well as Monster Totem. So let's see who comes out from the box. Oh, those are your bugs from Homestead territory, as well as one of the werewolves. I got a blueprint, I believe. Yep, there it is, Shard of Command. I can go to my right, and this is going to lead to the exit from this place, if I'm not mistaken, or I can explore the areas to my left, and those are the optional ones. It's not like there is going to be anything worthy to pick up from those bone piles, but who knows? Worth a try, I guess. Oh, never mind. This is going to lead to the exit from this place, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So I need to go back. Alright, so Alexander the Archmage, Nemesis boss from Ethereal Vanguard faction, which its representatives in form of Ethereals, regular ones, and Elite, you will face in large quantities in Ashes of Melmoth DLC. Mainly in the city outskirts and in the Melmoth city itself. In Ugdenbog, sadly, they are not present, if at all, with the exception of occasional monster totem encounters. So, for the most part, you'll face them in Melmoth outskirts, like I said, and in the Melmoth itself. What is this boss is going to look like? Well, judging by the name, he is a mage boss, humanoid mage boss.
That skill's not ready.
And this is the only, like, from my subjective point of view, the only boss that is on the easier side of things out of them all if you face them one versus one. No matter if you are playing as a melee character or as a ranged character. So with this boss, nothing that he throws at you is going to allow one archetype outvalues the other. In terms of his phases, once again, similarly to the majority of the Nemesis bosses that I described before Chupacabra, he doesn't gain any additional abilities in any kind of a phase in regards to how much health pool you had managed to... how much health you had managed to remove from him. Yes, he will gain the same Red Mist aura that will provide him movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed bonus, but no new abilities at all. So from this point of view, he will remain the same throughout the whole fight. When it comes to his abilities, his type of damage that he is going to deal fire damage, ether damage, as well as some quantities of elemental damage, even though they are very small from what I was able to see from his attacks. For the most part, it's just ether as well as fire damage. Wow, that's a lot of poison over here. And it's still... it's not wanting me to stop. The very first thing that I'm going to do to tell you about Alexander the Archmage, it's not the abilities themselves, it's his pattern of behavior. See, the thing is that two of his abilities that he is trying to utilize against you, he only does them in point-blank range. Initially, I was surprised by the fact that even though, like, it's kind of a cliche, like mage enemies supposed to hit you from a distance. Oh, luckily I was able to click on health potion, because otherwise my ghoulish hunger wouldn't allow me to stay that long on poison and acid. Oops, sorry. So he wants to create two of those abilities in point blank range with you. This is why he tries to shorten the distance between you and your character as much as possible, to the point where when I was kiting and facing him, there was like several, like 10 to 15 seconds when he wasn't casting to me at all. All he tried to do was ran at me directly at my face, and then he created his rotation of abilities. The very first thing that he did when he got closer to me, he created that ether crystal, which similarly to the crystals that Bane Gargot creates, as well as those crystals that Musilog the Chillwind creates, you can destroy them. If you let them live by themselves, they will shoot ether projectiles, which are going to reduce your not only elemental resistances, but also resistances to ether damage.
Skills not ready.
Additionally, he himself in point-blank range... Oh, I'm going to face against the boss over here. Hopefully nothing terrible will occur.
Skills not ready. Can't do that.
Okay, I see a question over here. I am going to answer to it once I will defeat this boss. Okay, so I understood the question. You want to know how exactly you should allocate your skill points and if skill points from your characters are any better than the gear skills that this game is going to offer to you. So, here's the thing. Like, I am going to give you the example, let's say, with Nightblade, which you can apply to any kind of class that you are going to be playing. Let's say you want to play a character, right? And you want to specify, you want to increase your damage as to the maximum amount that is possible. You would want to choose one ability and level it to its respective soft cap. For instance, we are going to be using Shadow Strike as an example. Let's say I want to level Shadow Strike. I am going to level it to 16 out of 16 here, 12 out of 12 here, as well as 12 out of 12 here. Any other abilities, with the exception of certain buffs, any other damaging abilities, I'm not going to invest any kind of points onto them unless I want something specific from them. There are some exceptions. For instance, some abilities are going to have some useful debuffs, which you can utilize. But if you are looking just for the damage sake, you would want to concentrate on one ability. And you can put only 1 point into other ones, the ones that are going to give you buffs or debuffs, and leave them be when it comes to leveling up to a certain degree. And then you can return to them and max them out. But returning back to your questions, you should prioritize only putting as much points as possible to the soft cap. You see those numbers, 16, 12, 12, focusing on one ability. Do not try to spread them unevenly to anything else if you are seeking to multiply your damage. When it comes to the most powerful skills that the gear usually provides, generally items, like the skills from items, they are not on the same level when it comes to damage compared to those abilities that your character receives. So you might get something like a, I don't know, a melee attack, which you can utilize like once every 10 to 15 seconds, but it is nowhere near close in comparison to your main offensive skill, which you are going to utilize like every 1 to 2 seconds constantly, or to the point where you can even spam it. So yes, they can be, while you can utilize these gear skills for some specific reason. For instance, if you want to, I don't know, teleport or dash and at the same time do damage to enemies, yes, you can use it every like 5 to 10 seconds, but when it comes to everything else, the huge chunks of your character strength is going to primarily come from your most damaging abilities. Like I said before, each classes have their own style. I had given you the example from Nightblade, this line, like if I was willing to focus on my Shadow Strike skills. The Inquisitor also have the same, like I can give you the example with Inquisitor. Let's say you want to play the Inquisitor and you want to play around Flames of Ignifer. You wouldn't want to put any points into Rune of Hagarat or Word of Pain, since they are other damaging abilities and you will not have enough points by the end game to be able to fully max them out. Also, you need to take into account that you're going to pick the second class a little bit later. So yeah, if once again, returning back to your question, short answer would be try to focus around the line that gives you the most amount of damage and level it fully, at least to its soft cap level, to this like 16 out of 16, 12 out of 12, or however how many points your skill is going to require. And then you can worry about picking something else when it comes to buffs or debuffs that your classes are going to provide. Gear skills, they are only useful if you wish to have any kind of additional damage or utility when it comes to movement, teleport, or dashing every 5 to 10 seconds. But do not count on them, do not think to them in the same way like with your main offensive skills. So yeah, that's pretty much my answer to it. If anything is still unclear, you can ask me additional stuff and I'm going to explain to you more elaborately. All right. I can show to you the example of this gear skill that you was describing. You see on my E button there is a bladed rift called. It's basically a teleporting ability with damage. I can utilize it every 6 seconds. Well, it says 5.5. Every 6 seconds I can utilize it. I am going to use it from time to time just for the sake of moving around faster or dealing additional damage to my enemies. But for the most part, my line were like my character's line when I decided to specify or invest huge chunks of skill points is at the top. So I wasn't investing anything extra when it comes to other damaging abilities. The only thing that you will see from here is my debuffs or buffs, well, positive or negative effects, if you would like to call them a little bit differently. But my most amount of damage comes from this line. From dual blades all the way up until the end.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, so the formula has been collected. Let's get back on the open area.
Do you have some? Good.
Alright, and now I need to go all the way back to the Twin Falls. Forsaken Spirit, this is yet another Arkoyan Undead totem.
I can't do that yet.
No, I do not want to go into the ruins directly, I am just willing to explore them over here. And then investigate thoroughly inside. Wow, those wasps, they do not even attack me once over here. So yeah, where was I? I was trying to explain the Alexander the Archmage. Like I said, his two abilities, when he was doing them in point-blank range, one of them he's going to create the Ether Crystal, which shoots ether projectiles that is going to lower your ether resistance, as well as your general resistances to the elemental damage type. In addition, he himself is going to shoot that projectile, but his projectile deals mostly ether and elemental damage combined, and also it's going to lower your offensive ability and defensive ability at the same time. And a quick disclaimer here, having more defensive ability is going to allow you to take less damage from any given source as long as your resistance is high enough, up until 80%. Not only that, but you will lower the monster chance to hit you successfully, as well as you will lower their chance of critically strike you with any kind of attack. Similarly to the stuff, having more offensive ability means that you will hit monsters more often, you will hit them harder, as well as you'll critically strike them a lot more often than usual. And all of that said, Alexander the Archimage, that is, which is, like I said, it's a Nemesis boss from Ethereal Vanguard faction. He's going to create that meteor from the sky, which upon impact, upon falling down, you will receive massive amounts of physical, fire damage and ether damage, to the point where even your circuit breaker is going to be active, and you would have to either replenish your health quickly with the help of it, or find a safe spot to regenerate your health with health potion or any other abilities, whether it be your character's abilities or your active constellation, which works when you are getting hit or when your HP drops below some significant margin. Luckily, when it comes to this meteor attack, it falls down very slowly and you can clearly see it on your screen. And it will not take you that much when it comes to trying to dodge this ability and not get hit by it to avoid it entirely. Alright, Hive Matriarch is almost dead. Yep. The only thing here for me to yeah, I was about to say that I need to find the Exalted Chest. Hellforged Plating.
That skill's not ready.
And this is it when it comes to this hive. Yep. So I need to get back to the open area. Yeah, but like I said before, he doesn't have anything extra, he doesn't gain any extra ability once his HP drops below 50%. He will only going to move faster, create spells faster, and that's pretty much it. So this is the only and his overall amount of HP is nowhere near close in comparison to the other Nemesis bosses that I described to you earlier. You know, Musilog the Chillwind, Chupacabra the Endless Menace, Valderon Stormscourge, Bane Gargot, Gravatul the Void Drinker, so on and so forth. It was to the point where I was farming with my Death Knight for a Creek set. I was killing him over and over again when I got the achievement called Nemesis, more like Menaces. It's something, the requirement to get this achievement is to kill, I believe, Nemesis boss, a particular one, several times in a row. So in a short version, like he only has one threatening ability, and that is pretty much his meteor. His crystal you can destroy, and his resistance reduction, which he himself applies, is nothing that dangerous as long as you have good amount of defense parameters. Alright, anything over here? Nope. For some reason, the undead faction doesn't want to throw against me a lot of elite enemies. I am facing only regular ones and occasional elite here or there, and that's pretty much it.
Can't do that yet.
Wait, did I miss the point where I... Yeah. I can turn the camera around and... Oh, perhaps I already got those items. When it comes to other Nemesis bosses that I am definitely looking forward to facing them and killing them, as well as memorizing their patterns of attack, their mechanics, are Nemesis boss from Eldritch Horror, as well as... Well, here's the thing. Crawling Gang and Order of the Dead Vigil, they are those factions where you have to manually... And by manually, I mean have to re-log in and log out and log in back into the game and face their elites up until the point where you eventually reach Nemesis status with them. You cannot rely on monster totems to speed up this process. So with them, I do not know if I'm going to do this extra mile. Perhaps for the sake of making the edited video for the YouTube channel, I might. Who knows? Okay, I need to get rid of skeletal priests first, and then focus my attention to those revenants.
Can't do that yet.
Alright, now I have explained this information about Nemesis bosses in details in English language. I would like to start explaining by this information, the same stuff in Russian language. But in case you feel that I need to explain something additional, in case you feel that something was missing, you most definitely can utilize the chat for it. Especially if you have more experience with it and you feel that I have made a critical error when I was explaining this information. So don't be shy, use the chat for the sake of it. Так, что касается боссов Немезид, я бы хотел объяснить их сильные и слабые стороны, по крайней мере, тех из них, с которыми мне уже довелось столкнуться. Ага. Это, кстати, скелет был со щитом, который отражал часть урона в меня. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for the following. Hopefully you will enjoy the explanation, you will enjoy the gameplay on the background, as well as my informative commentary, whether it be on Russian language or on English language. In case you have something to add, utilize chat for it. In any other instances, just enjoy the stream. Okay, those skeletons are for some reason trying to, well, aggro against me, and I do need to get rid of them before engaging in a fight against those elites from Desecrated Shrines. Any reflect? Nope. Finally, Nemesis with Arkovian Undead. Took a while, but I eventually was able to achieve it. Oh, we have duplicates of the same items. Итак, опять же, то есть, что касается боссов Немезис, с которыми я уже успел столкнуться за этого персонажа, либо же за других, за которых я играл до него. В плане их появления, то есть за этого персонажа я сражался уже с двумя. Это Граватул, испевающий пустоту, по-моему, он на русском так называется, Gravatul the Void Drinker, и второй это Бейн Гаргот. Они оба немезиды из фракции Хтонийцы, то есть это уникальная фракция, имеющая двух немезид в своем распоряжении. И с одним из них я бился в Бастионе Хаоса. С другим мне пришлось столкнуться в первом дополнении, называющемся Пепел Мальмультов. Я начну объяснять с Бейн Гаргота, а потом перейду к Граватулу. Что касается Бейн Гаргота, первое, о чем я скажу, это то, что объективно я его силу не могу оценить, то есть в плане атаки, в плане защиты, так как когда я с ним сражался на элите, я был на 10 уровней выше, чем он. Поэтому я буду говорить по большей части за механику, то есть какими способностями он обладает, сильные и слабые стороны, за какой архетип персонажа его легче убивать, за кого сложнее. Что касается дополнительных способностей, которые он получает, у него есть так называемые две фазы боя. То есть во второй фазе, кроме того, что вокруг него загорается красное свечение, и он получает больше скорости передвижения, атаки и чтения заклинаний, он также получает, его обычно атаки получают дополнительное свойство, о котором я расскажу чуть позже. Касательно типов урона, который он наносит урон здоровью, урон хаосом, урон здоровью и физический урон. Он в ближней дистанции бьет обычными атаками. Кстати, он выглядит так же, как и демоны, которых вы встречаете в больших количествах. То есть, как его моделька выглядит. Вы встречаете их в хтонийских пустошах. Они большие демоны, передвигаются медленно, с двумя руками, похожие на коли. Он выглядит абсолютно так же, только единственное, что чуть побольше. Так вот, вблизи он бьет обычными атаками, наносящими физический урон. Они довольно медленные, от них за некоторых классов легче увернуться. Они не наносят какого-то колоссального урона. Он также издалека может поймать вас в ловушку, что даст ему возможность сблизиться с вами. К тому же он имеет еще одну атаку, когда он одновременно атакует вас двумя руками. Руками в кавычках, да, сразу. Он будет наносить по вам комбинированный урон физикой, хаосом и уроном здоровью, а также снизит ваш показатель атаки и защиты. Но это еще не все. Также он будет создавать осколки вокруг себя, которые, если вы их случайным образом уничтожили, атакой по площади или же какими-либо другими способами, при взрыве они снижают ваш общий показатель сопротивлений значительно и наносят комбинированный урон физическим типом, хаосом и уроном здоровью. То есть, когда вы видите, что он создал эти осколки, мой вам совет, просто-напросто поменяйте область, в которой вы с ним сражаетесь. То есть заставьте его передислоцироваться, так сказать, в более выгодную для вас зону. Потому что как только он это сделает, он не будет создавать эти же самые осколки снова. Ему нужно будет некоторое время, прежде чем эта способность откатится. Теперь, что касается второй фазы. Это все про первую фазу. Во второй фазе, как я уже сказал, увеличена скорость передвижения, атаки, чтения заклинания, что позволит ему чаще создавать эти же самые осколки. Но самое главное, что поменяется, это то, когда он будет бить, или, скажем так, когда он будет попадать по вам обычными атаками, ваша скорость атаки и скорость чтения заклинаний снизится. Имейте это в виду, когда сражаетесь с ним именно лицом к лицу. А так, в принципе, опять же, я не могу его объективно оценить, весь его потенциал, потому что сражался с ним на элите, а не на абсолюте. Поэтому, с точки зрения механики, на мой взгляд, он легче убивается за персонажей дальнего боя, так как там вам не нужно заботиться о том, чтобы уворачиваться от его атак вблизи, вам не нужно заботиться о том, чтобы уворачиваться о этих самых осколках, так как даже если вы случайно их задели, вы задели их издалека, и ничего такого страшного нету, если у вас есть область, по которой вы можете свободно бегать, свободно от врагов и так далее и тому подобное. То же самое касается и второй фазы. Со следующим боссом Немесида ситуация немножко противоположная, потому что я с ним сражался, несмотря на то, что я сражался с ним тоже на элите, его уровень был вровень уровню моего персонажа, но дело здесь не в этом. Дело в том, что с ним я не до конца разобрался в одной из его способностей, в том плане, что когда он ее использует, но об этом чуть-чуть позже. Так, это у меня уже есть, надо продать. Первое, что я хотел сказать про Граватула, это, опять же, тип урона. Он, так же, как и Бейн Гаргот, будет бить физическим уроном, уроном хаоса, уроном здоровью. У него, в отличие от Бейн Гаргота, на так называемой второй фазе, когда появляется красное свечение, никаких дополнительных способностей не появляется. Все его способности можно увидеть уже в первой фазе. О них сейчас и поговорю. Первая способность — это он будет, то есть какой вообще арсенал у него атак? Он будет бить, то есть выглядит он визуально так же, как и крылатые демоны, опять же, которых вы встретите в больших количествах в хтонийских разломах, в пепле Мальмута. И если вы заметили, они бьют обычными когтями. Так же самое будет бить и он. Наносит физический урон. Он также будет махать крыльями, создавая так называемую волну, что очень похоже на Стража Салаэля в Изломанных холмах, наносящий комбинированный урон физическим, уроном физикой, хаосом и уроном здоровью. К тому же он будет создавать лужи на земле. Эти лужи очень похожи на те, кто в оригинальной кампании создавал один из боссов в Бастионе Хаоса. Не в Бастионе, да, в Бастионе Хаоса один и во Вратах Темной Долины. То есть, если вы стоите в них, вы получаете комбинированный урон физикой, уроном здоровья, урон хаосом, а также ваш показатель защиты и атаки снижается. Ко всему прочему, он имеет в своем распоряжении доступ к еще одной способности, когда он становится, показывает вам свою грудь в кавычках, да, и из его груди создаются два красных шара. Эти красные шары, они имеют особое свойство, то есть они наносят колоссальный урон теми типами, которые я описал, то есть физика, хаос и урон здоровья, но Их опасность заключается в том, что они могут снять активные ауры с вашего персонажа. То есть, вы видите, у меня это вуаль теней, это ауры на клинках, то есть печати клинков, это аура инквизитора, аура убеждения. То есть, попав по вам одним этим шаром, он просто-напросто может все эти ауры снять. А второй шар вас добьет. То есть, когда вы видите эти шары, неважно, за кого из персонажей вы играете, просто-напросто бегите от них. Они летят медленно. Плюс ко всему, вы можете пользоваться столбами, колоннами, стенками для того, чтобы эти шары просто-напросто ударились об них и исчезли. Единственное, что, как я и сказал, вызывает некий конфуз лично для меня, это то, что является не эти сами шары, а вот эти вот лужи. Okay, I will follow you on Twitter when it comes to this reward that you have utilized. Once the stream is going to be end, you can leave your... You can type me in personal message in chat your Twitter, and I'm going to follow you directly to it as long as you are a content creator like me. So I see no problem in it. Just...
That skill's not ready.
Oh. Yeah, but I have explained that I see nothing terrible in it. It's just the only requirement for those who are wish to utilize chat points for this kind of reward is to be a content creator like me. And that's pretty much it. Meaning to do the streams or edited videos for YouTube. Так вот, что касается того конфуза, который, как я и говорил, то есть вызывает вопросы, что позволяет ему именно создавать эти самые лужи на земле. То, что я нахожусь с ним вблизи, в ближнем расстоянии, то, что я опускаю его здоровье до определенных значений, я пока не понял. То есть я пытался стоять издалека и смотреть за его поведением, он все равно создавал эти лужи вблизи. То же самое, то есть пока что не очень понятно, от чего это зависит. Однако все вышеперечисленное дает мне возможность сделать вывод, что касается его сложности. Здесь, опять же, как и в случае с предыдущим боссом Немесидой, Бейн Гаргот, преимущество за персонажем дальнего боя, в отличие от ближнего боя. И здесь стоит уточнить, что я говорю в основном про кампанию, это раз. И второе, про то, что вы подготовили площадку для боя. То есть, что там нет никаких дополнительных препятствий, монстров, которые вам бы помешали эффективно кайтить его. Так как за персонажей дальнего боя, за стрелка, за мага вы не будете волноваться о лужах, вы не будете волноваться о его магической атаке, которую он создает с помощью своих крыльев. Единственное, опять же, это вот эти вот шары. И все. Теперь, что касается следующего босса Немесиды, на котором я бы хотел уточнить ваше внимание, это Вальдаран Штормовая Плеть. Немесида — босс фракции Эфириалов. Фракция встречается вам в больших количествах в оригинальной кампании, в дополнении. Что касается самого босса, то он выглядит визуально как Эфириалы, реаниматоры и так далее и тому подобное. То есть все те, кто имеют способность призывать союзных эфириалов к себе на помощь. У него нету каких-либо дополнительных навыков, появляющихся, когда вы снизили определенную часть его здоровья. Что касается типов урона, которыми он бьет, то они следующие. Это урон физический, урон молнии и электрошоком. Я бы даже больше сказал, электрошок здесь преобладает на всей фазе сражения, и это то, что в корне является ключом к победу, либо же это будет являться вашим поражением, если вы не будете следить за тем, сколько электрошока вы набрали на вашем персонаже. Но об этом чуть подробнее. Сейчас я объясню про его способности. В ближнем бою он будет использовать оглушающие снаряды. Выглядят абсолютно точно так же, как и способность у подрывника. Наносит комбинированный урон физическим типом и молнией с электрошоком. Также имеет свойство оглушать, но самое главное, эта способность очень сильно накапливает заряды электрошока на вашем персонаже. Следующая способность, опять же использующаяся в ближнем бою, это электрический взрыв. Она, в свою очередь, снижает сопротивляемость вам к молнии и к стихийному урону в целом, а также снижает ваш показатель защиты и атаки. И последнее, что стоит выделить здесь, это его возможность телепортироваться напрямую к вашему персонажу. И вот здесь небольшая ремарка. То есть, как я уже и сказал, в основном битва с ним будет походить, ну, по крайней мере, за бойца ближнего боя, на то, как вы умело следите за обстановкой, а именно за тем, как быстро ваше здоровье уменьшается от электрошока. Так как, набрав критическое значение, единственное, как вы сможете пережить это все, это если у вас будет иммунитет от урона, либо же какие-то способности, позволяющие вам восстановить значительную часть вашего здоровья, такие как голод гуля и ему подобное. Потому что в противном случае ни ваша банка здоровья, ни ваши восстанавливающие способности не позволят вам восстановить ту часть то здоровье, то есть не позволят вам восстановить здоровье с такой скоростью, с которой вы его теряете от электрошока. Но в этом и заключается хитрость, и в этом а также в способности этого босса телепортироваться напрямую к вашему персонажу. То есть самое худшее, вы можете снять эти заряды, если вы просто-напросто встанете в сторону от него, и он не будет вас бить в течение 2 секунд, не больше. В этом и заключается особенность сражения с ним. Это то, что самое худшее, что может с вами случиться, вы пытаетесь снять эти заряды, он просто-напросто телепортируется к вам и добивает вас. Так как вы набрали критическое значение и у вас нету... Ну, хорошо, если не добивает, то активирует вам ваши способности, там голод гули и ему же подобное. И на мой взгляд, что вам следует предпринять в первую очередь, неважно за кого вы сражаетесь, за бойца ближнего или дальнего боя, это то, что вам нужно развести его на телепорт. То есть заставить его использовать телепорт в самом начале боя, а потом, сражаясь с ним, набирая определенное значение электрошока, отойти от него, позволить этому значению, позволить негативному эффекту исчезнуть и продолжить бой. То есть несколько секунд бьетесь, после телепорта сняли этот негативный эффект, отбежали от него, продолжаете бой. И в самом конце, то есть мое заключение, опять же здесь, я думаю, что бойцы дальнего боя преобладают, то есть имеют преимущество над ним по сравнению с бойцами ближнего боя. Так как они не будут заботиться о его оглушающих снарядах, разве что если он успеет если они не успеют от них отбежать, он их делает только на ближней и средней дистанции, с дальней дистанции он по ним просто не попадет, и его взрыв, который он использует, опять же, он попасть может им только в ближнем бою. В дальнем бою он не сможет Он не то что не сможет, он и не будет этого делать. Единственное, когда он этот взрыв использует, это сразу после телепорта, и все. Теперь, что касается Немезиды, фракции нежити. Ну и вернемся обратно к штормовой плети. Он, как я уже сказал, то есть, если вы сняли здоровье ему до 50% и ниже, появляется красная аура, она дает ему больше скорости передвижения, чтения заклинаний и скорости атаки. Но никаких дополнительных способностей не появляется. Что касается босса Немезиды, фракции нежити. Он же Мусилок. Вы его будете встречать в оригинальной кампании. Я надеялся, что касательно боссов Немезиды, я думал, что на этом стриме встречусь хотя бы либо с Вальдораном, либо с Мусилоком, но что-то я не вижу их на карте. Ни одного, ни другого, хотя у меня с ними уже статус Немезида давно появился. Он визуально выглядит так же, как и костяные големы, то есть Bone Golem, если на английском, которых вы встречаете в больших количествах в подземельях Арковии, в ступеньках мучений и так далее и тому подобное. Единственное, что он больше по размеру, естественно, и по здоровью, ну и вокруг него заметно ярко-синее голубое свечение. Что в свою очередь означает, что один из типов урона, который он будет использовать против вас, это урон холодом и обморожение. Другие типы урона, которыми он будет пользоваться, это непосредственно урон физический и урон здоровью. Но вот касательно урона здоровью, тут я сразу скажу, атака визуально выглядит так же, как и от этих костяных големов. То есть он бьет одной рукой, второй рукой, и там появляются две красные волны. Наносят комбинированный урон здоровью и физический урон. То есть здесь визуально в этом плане ничего особо не меняется в его типе атак. Так, это опять нежить. И мне нужно бить этого, я бью вообще другого. Так, поменяем область. Опять поменяем. Касательно двух фаз, вот у Мусилока во время второй фазы, да, у него кроме этого свечения, дающего ему дополнительные преимущества, у него появляется и новый тип атаки, но об этом попозже. В первой фазе он, кроме обычной атаки, которая визуально выглядит так, как он будет бить одной конечностью, наносить физический урон, он также будет, как я уже говорил, использовать эту атаку, наносящую комбинированный урон здоровья и физический урон. К тому же он будет пользоваться способностью, которая называется Буран, она же Blizzard на английском. Думаю, здесь не надо объяснять, как она выглядит. Многие играли в стратегии со способностью Буран или в РПГ, ММО или обычные. Ледяные осколки, падающие с неба, наносящие урон физическим типам и уроном холодом, должны просто-напросто вам сказать, как эта способность, то есть как она выглядит визуально. Также эти самые осколки, они будут снижать скорость вашего передвижения, они будут снижать скорость атаки и чтение заклинаний. Кроме того, он будет создавать ледяной осколок, стреляющий ледяными снарядами. Если этот снаряд по вам попал, он снизит ваш показатель атаки и защиты. Кроме того, если вы на вашем персонаже не имеете хорошего процента снижения длительности заморозки, вы будете заморожены на значительный промежуток времени. Да, вы можете этот кристалл разрушить, бесспорно, то есть он не неуязвим к урону. Но, опять же, здесь легче это сделать с моей точки зрения за того персонажа, который либо стреляет с дистанции, либо тот, который обладает хорошими атаками по площади. К примеру, заклинатель на уроне здоровью. Касательно второй фазы, как я уже сказал, то есть буран будет создаваться быстрее, будет длиться дольше. Но ключевое различие заключается в том, что во второй фазе он будет призывать сразу 4 осколка. И вот здесь, как я уже сказал, то есть те персонажи, которые ориентированы на ближний бой и не обладают хорошими атаками по площади, способные сразу уничтожить несколько этих самых ледяных осколков за несколько секунд, у них будут небольшие проблемы. Если они, конечно, будут стоять просто-напросто на месте. Так как эти осколки, кроме того, что они срезают показатель атаки и защиты, они еще и сильно бьют по вам. То есть, если играете за персонажа ближнего боя и заметили, что вы не можете быстро уничтожить их, мой вам совет: попытайтесь переманить босса на другую сторону карты. Потому что в противном случае эти осколки, кроме самого босса, эти осколки вполне способны убить вас. Да, эти призраки, они, к сожалению, не так уж и восприимчивы к оглушению, поэтому видите, что она бегает вместо того, чтобы стоять на месте и получать урон. Но все равно с моим показателем атаки здесь проблем быть не должно. Не забывайте здесь взять скрытый сундук.
Skill's not ready.
Так, у нас здесь остался, по-моему, еще один босс на 3-м этаже. Ага. Еще. Мне интересно нравится подход у разработчиков. Играешь за физического персонажа, и в этой области каждый 5-й скелет имеет щит с встроенным отражением урона. Даже без этой ауры, про которую я говорил, уязвим, от которой уязвим любой персонаж, любой персонаж, если вы решите его строить на физическом типе урона. Вот, что и требуется доказать. То есть вот опять внутренние травмы, физический урон и ответный урон. Хотя на уровне сложности норма и элита ничего такого не было. Это все равно, что если бы играть за персонажа с уроном здоровья, подбрасывать вам только демонов с высоким показателем устойчивости к этому самому урону здоровья. Может, такая особенность у этой зоны на последней сложности, но я как-то не уверен в этом. Потому что за рыцаря смерти с внутренними травмами проходил, здесь ничего такого не было. Так, здесь вы не забывайте здесь выманивать призраков. Здесь я даже не буду делать каких-то попыток отходить от него. Попробую просто стоять и защищаться от всего того, что он мне бросает. Да, я немножко ошибся в описании свойств этой реликвии, ребят. Фишка в том, что она откатывает все ваши активные способности на 1 секунду. Я вначале думал, что это только ночного клинка, то есть который у меня есть, там пневматический взрыв, кольцо стали и телепорт. Но это также относится и к печати, и к слову обновления от Инквизитора. То есть ее ценность просто колоссально с точки зрения атаки, с точки зрения защиты. Помните, я рассказывал, как вы можете, то есть создавая несколько печатей, в короткий промежуток времени вы можете удваивать свой показатель атаки, защиты, просто стоя на одном месте. Даже есть теперь с помощью меньшего отката данной способности это можно даже утроить. Не знаю, как насчет увеличить 4 раза, вряд ли, но утроить это точно. Уже не говоря о том, что слово обновление, да, опять же повторюсь, оно по уровню восстановления здоровья немножко хуже, чем пневматический взрыв, но тем не менее, то есть от 2 до 2500 восстанавливает спокойно. Ага, здесь нужен холодный камень, он же Coldstone. Ладно, сейчас скажу то же самое касательно свойств этой реликвии на английском языке. И думаю, что буду заканчивать уже стрим на сегодня. Да. Единственное, что нужно будет создать этот Coldstone. Alright, so I have described a little bit about the Nemesis boss information, not all of them. There are still some of them that I unfortunately haven't got the time to talk about, at least for today's stream. The only stuff that I'm going to do, I'm going to explain the information about the relic that I am currently wielding, called Belgotian's Carnage. Initially, at the beginning of the stream, I had told everyone that its properties, mainly the reducing of skills cooldown, had only a curse on Nightblade's abilities, you know, Pneumatic Burst and Ring of Steel. But it turns out that every active ability that you are using, if you are critically striking your opponent, have a chance to lower the cooldown, which is especially useful for Inquisitor Seal. You remember on the previous stream I have talked about how you can double the effect of the seal if you can create one on the ground, and then as soon as it's going to run off, you can create the other one to double the damage and defense that you will receive. Well, with the reduction of all of the active skills cooldown, you can triple the effect of those buffs that your character is going to receive. Similarly, Word of Renewal becomes very valuable to you. I know that in terms of healing, it's never going to be on the same level compared to Pneumatic Burst, especially if you're using dual wield melee abilities, but at least from the point of view of regenerating to you actively by clicking on it 2000 to 2500 HP, it's still worth the investment, especially with the added bonus to your taking less damage tectonics, to Eldritch demons, and having more defense ability, as so on and so forth. Link for Grim Internals mod. I am usually always, when I'm finishing the stream, well, I think I'm going to add in the future, for the sake of command, link for this mod, but when I'm finishing the stream, in the video description on Video on Demand, on Twitch channel or on the YouTube channel, I am leaving the mod, like a mod that I'm using, and you can click on this link, and there you will going to download it and install it to your own benefits and needs. Alright, so I have done everything over there. Let me teleport over here. Unfortunately, no Nemesis bosses have been spotted in today's stream. That's kinda sad. I was hoping that I was going to face at least against Valdron Stormscourge that I was explaining, or against Musilog the Chillwind. None of them have been spotted anywhere close, even though I have cleared, like, from here every territory. I'm always clearing, full clearing the whole map, so perhaps that's just bad luck. Really? Honored and 120 points away from Revered? You gotta be kidding me. Wow. So much for maxing out reputation with Devil's Crossing. Right, guys, oops, I accidentally hit my microphone, sorry for that. I think this is going to be it for today's stream. Once again, thank you everyone who was watching it, who had followed me recently. Thank you everyone who was watching the stream either from beginning, from the middle, or from the end. You are more than welcome to be here at any given point in time. I am going to emphasize several key factors here in the English language before I'm going to move on to the Russian language. Mainly, if you want to watch the other parts of this character's playthrough, you can do this either here, some parts are still here in Twitch Video On Demand, but for the most part, majority of my videos I'm uploading to my YouTube channel, whether it be stream highlights or full playthroughs. The link to it you will find in the description. I'm talking about this character or two other ones that I had played, mainly Death Knight, combination between Soldier and Necromancer, as well as Vitality Caster. In addition, if you would like to know more about Grim Dawn's mechanics, especially if you are a beginner player, like beginner side of things, I would recommend you to check the playlist on my YouTube channel called Grim Dawn Beginner Friendly Tips and Tricks. There I'm discussing various subjects like bosses' dangerous attacks, how you can avoid them, defensive components at different stages of the game, what you need to have as soon as possible, and what you can neglect for a certain period of time, optional areas, in what order it's good for you to visit them, as well as tips and tricks for casters gameplay, few tips for destroying monster totems, as well as some general information about them more efficiently, destruction more efficiently. And for those who are interested in higher difficulties, you know, like Elite and Ultimate, there is a video right there called Elite and Ultimate Tips and Tricks, where I highlighted to you the changes that occurs in bosses' behavior, having more attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed, slightly changes of the fight, phases of the fight. In addition, endgame components, why defensive and offensive one, why are they better compared to your early game ones, in terms of stats, in terms of their usefulness, from what level you can craft them, what is required from you to do it, and where you can apply them. All of that, once again, it has been selected in a separate playlist. Additionally, if you'd like to check the precise schedule of the days where I'm streaming Grim Dawn on this channel, or my brother is going to stream his game called Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne in his days, you can follow the schedule graph here on Twitch Video On Demand or on social pages, Twitter, Facebook, link you will find in the description, as well as YouTube discussion section. Finally, like I've told during the stream, and I'm going to repeat this once again over here, you can support this channel directly by bits, cheers, and tips during the stream itself, or two other ways would be other ways include subscribing to this channel or deciding to become a Patreon. Each and every one of you who are going to become a Patreon will receive certain unique perks and bonuses, like early access to edited videos. Your name is going to be mentioned in future edited videos, as well as Q&A stuff, behind the scenes content, and more. Be sure to check the remaining perks and bonuses by clicking on this link later at your own leisure. With all that said, once again, thank you everyone who was watching it. I wish you all the best. Take care of yourselves, of the health of your relatives, of your health, especially in those quarantine times. I will see you all on the next stream, and when it comes to me, I'm going to do the conclusion on Russian language. Bye, guys! Итак, дамы и господа, спасибо всем, что смотрели. Неважно, с какого момента вы начали просмотр трансляции, с середины, с конца или в начале, вам всегда здесь рады. Всегда я буду отвечать на ваши любые вопросы, предложения и так далее и тому подобное. Несколько важных пунктов, прежде чем я завершу трансляцию. Если вы хотите посмотреть другие части, вы можете это сделать по большей части на моем YouTube-канале. Прохождение за этого персонажа, либо же за лазутчика, либо же за рыцаря смерти или заклинателя. У них у всех свои плейлисты. К тому же, если вы хотите разобраться более подробно в механике Гримдона, вам я рекомендую к просмотру плейлист «Советы для новичков», где я более подробно описываю нюансы механик, такие как опасные атаки боссов, как от них можно уворачиваться, и как они выглядят, любых боссов, то есть в игре, в рогаликах, в дополнениях. Плюс защитные компоненты и присыпки на ранних стадиях игры, что вам нужно собирать в первую очередь, что следует сохранить на потом. Советы по игре за бойцов дальнего боя, по эффективному уничтожению тотемов монстров. Также по посещению опциональных мест в кампании, в каком порядке это лучше всего следует делать. И также для тех из вас, кто интересуется более высокими сложностями, есть советы по элите, сложности элита и абсолют, где я показываю и обсуждаю изменения в поведении боссов, больше скорость атаки, чтение заклинаний, скорость передвижения и немного измененные фазы драг. И ко всему прочему, есть также защитные компоненты для для конца игры, так называемый endgame. Почему они лучше, чем начальные компоненты в плане характеристик, с какого уровня их можно создавать, что требуется от вас для их создания и к какому предмету экипировки вы можете их применить. Также не забывайте, если вы хотите узнать расписание стримов моих по Гримдону, либо же игры моего брата Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, вы можете это сделать здесь, на Twitch-канале, в разделе расписания, либо на YouTube-канале в обсуждении, либо же в одной из соцсетей, либо Facebook, либо Twitter. Также, чтобы оставаться в курсе всех следующих важных событий, будь то прохождение на стриме, либо же прохождение, либо же какое-то монтажное видео, вы можете стать фолловером либо на Фейсбуке, либо на Твиттере. Обычно мы там в первую очередь выкладываем все свежие новости тех проектов, над которыми мы работаем. Не забывайте также, что вы можете поддержать этот канал напрямую во время трансляции с помощью Cheers, Bits and Tips, либо же напрямую несколькими способами, либо подписка, либо же становиться патреоном. Те из вас, кто согласится стать патреоном, получат ранний доступ к монтажным видео без рекламы. Ваш никнейм будет упомянут во всех следующих монтажных видео. И тех видео, которыми вы поспособствовали, для которых вы напрямую внесли донат. И либо же какой-то вырезанный контент, либо же видео вопросов-ответов. Остальные бонусы я вам рекомендую посмотреть сами, перейдя по ссылке на Patreon. Итак, со всем вышеперечисленным еще раз благодарю всех за внимание. Желаю вам всего доброго, всего хорошего. Желаю вам здоровья, берегите себя, своих близких и увидимся с вами на следующих стримах. Пока, ребята!